I need to make sure. And okay, cool. Let me.
Ready to own a home in Utah or Colorado? The Britt Barton team at Primary Residential Mortgage, with over 30 years experience, crafts personalized loans with top rates and expert support. Buying, refinancing, or building your dream home? We've got you covered. Sit with Britt and begin your home ownership adventure. Visit our local pros for all your mortgage lending needs. Primary Residential Mortgage Incorporated is an equal housing lender, MLS number 3094.
Pain or injury sidelining you? Precision Rehab restores you and your loved ones back to peak performance with physical therapy in Monticello, Blanding, Montezuma Creek, and Monument Valley. Covered by most insurances. Call 435-678-3869 or visit PrecisionRehabUtah.Live.
Planning a weekend project? Red's Ace Hardware in Blanding has paint, tools, grills, and yard supplies from top brands like Craftsman and Weber. Visit us for great deals and expert advice.
Here at Lyle Northern Electric, we take pride in our highly qualified team, dedicated to serving our community. Whether you need commercial, residential, or solar electrical services, our certified experts are ready to meet your needs. We are proud to support our community, especially our youth and high school athletics. Lyle Northern Electric, serving our community since 1957.
With over half a century of combined experience, Countywide Realty has guided more deals than any other local team. From farms and ranches to homes and land, no one knows San Juan County like Countywide Realty.
Buying, selling, or refinancing. Trust Anderson Oliver Title Insurance Agency, Southeastern Utah's only locally owned title company, serving San Juan and Grand counties for over 25 years. Visit us today.
At Energy Fuels, creating opportunities and participating in the local community is important to us. Thanks to our dedicated employees, we're safely producing critical materials that support cleaner energy sources and a better planet for future generations. Knowing that the youth of today will make great contributions tomorrow, Energy Fuels is a proud supporter of high school athletics within our communities.
Blue Mountain Foods, Monticello's hometown grocer, offers fresh meat, deli, bakery, and curbside pickup. Check BlueMountainFoods.com for weekly specials. Open 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. at 64 West Center Street.
Canyonlands Tire and Blanding offers top quality tires, auto repairs, and fast service. Stop by for all your tire needs. Your local tire experts at Canyonlands Tire.
At Red Mechanical, we believe strong communities start with strong support, and that includes cheering on our local high school athletes. We've proudly served the Four Corners with dependable HVAC and plumbing solutions, keeping homes and businesses comfortable season after season. From the field to your front door, we're here for you. Red Mechanical, proud supporters of high school sports and our local communities.
San Juan Building Supply in Blanding has lumber, tools, and building materials for any project. Enjoy quality products and expert advice. Call 435-678-2000 or come in and see us at 1050 South Main Street.
Lee Collision Repair and Restoration in Blanding offers top quality auto body and glass services. Visit us on North Grayson Parkway or call Jackson at 435-485-0069 today.
San Juan Credit Union. Your money, your future, your credit union. We have branches available in Blanding, Monticello, and Bluff. Come on down and see us.
San Juan County Adult Education empowers adults with technical, business, and college skills to join the workforce. Earn a high school diploma or GED. Visit a USU Learning Center or email gina.grover@sjsd.org to learn more. For over 75 years, San Juan Health has offered top medical care in Blanding, Monticello, and Spanish Valley. Visit sanjuanhealth.org for our services. San Juan Health, chasing perfection since 1947.
Utah-Navajo Health System is a series of community health centers providing medical, dental, and behavioral health care to Utah-Navajo. With operations in Blanding, Montezuma Creek, Monument Valley, Navajo Mountain, and Monticello, UNHS offers a remarkable variety of services to our patients throughout San Juan County and the northern portion of Navajo Nation.
Need fast internet in San Juan County? Emory Telcom delivers blazing fast fiber with no contracts and free installation. Power your home with reliable connectivity. Visit emorytelcom.com for details today.
Get the resources and quality of a big school education and the support of a smaller school at Utah State Blanding. Explore over 70 degree and certificate programs to find your perfect fit and experience personalized learning with small class sizes and dedicated faculty while getting the classic college experience. A Utah State education is affordable too, thanks to competitive tuition and tons of scholarship opportunities. Visit blanding.usu.edu to learn more about becoming an Aggie in Blanding.
In career and technical education, your classroom is more than a place to learn. It's where your future begins. Here, you'll gain real-world skills and turn your talent into opportunity. Learn the skills, build your dream, and step into your career starting today.
Monson's Quality Meat Processing in Blanding provides processing for both wild and domestic animals. They also carry USDA choice steaks, ground beef, and 14 unique flavors of handmade bratwurst. Monson specializes in friendly service, the highest quality products, and flexible timing, all at a competitive price. That's Monson's Quality Meat Processing at 885 East Pinion Ridge Road in Blanding. Call 435-459-1401 or find them on Facebook.
Desert Rivers Credit Union offers mortgages, low fees, and great rates for all credit scores. Enjoy local service and a nationwide ATM network. Desert Rivers Credit Union, for people, not profit.
Since 2009, Blue Mountain Hospital has set the standard for rural healthcare, bringing excellence in healing, quality care, and inspired staff to San Juan County. We offer the county's only accredited sleep center, compassionate labor and delivery, top-tier emergency care, and flexible dialysis options. At BMH, our comprehensive services are delivered by a passionate team. Visit bmhutah.org to learn more. We can't wait to meet you.
San Juan Public Health in Blanding offers vital records, immunizations, WIC, and health education. Protect your family's health with our services. Visit 735 South 200 West or call 435-5873-838.
Need insurance? Jeff Nielsen at San Juan Insurance in Blanding offers auto, home, life, and health coverage. With more than 25 years experience, call 435-678-3223 or visit 60 North Main Street today.
It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live. Last week, the San Juan Broncos lost on their home turf for the first time in 6 years to 1A defending champion Beaver. Tonight, they try to bounce back against an equally tough opponent. The number 2 and undefeated Kanab Cowboys are in Blanding to take on the Broncos. Welcome to Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
Welcome live to San Juan High School. It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live. We welcome you in. Thanks for joining us tonight. Rhett Sifford alongside Art Adair once again for you tonight as the San Juan Broncos get set to take on their second, I would say third, tough opponent to start out this season, and obviously suffering the loss last weekend, trying to bounce back this weekend. But Art, it's not going to get any easier. It was the defending 1A state champions last week. Tonight it's the number 2 ranked Kanab Cowboys. This should be another fun one.
Yeah, I think if you look at all the 1A, 2A, and possibly even some of the 3A schedules, San Juan has one of the toughest, if we did an RPI right now, schedule preseason that there is out there, and they don't shy away from it. Coach Christensen looks for it. He wants that kind of competition these first 3 weeks, so that sets the tone for the season going forward.
Well, when you look at this all-time series, San Juan leads 17 wins to 7, going back to 1982. Last year was the first time these two teams met since 2012, and San Juan has won the last 8. But Kanab comes in with a 2-0 record, and they've outscored their opponents in those 2 games, 81-20. So they have dominated their first 2 games to start the year, and they look to continue that domination today. I don't know that they would be able to dominate this opponent like they did Emory and North Sevier, but Emory Art was the team that San Juan played for the state championship last year on the 2A side, and this team beat them 45-20 a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, Rhett. Different teams, different years. You can't really go off of what happened last season, but they're number 2 in the 1A, but only because they haven't played Beaver yet.
Right.
And that's going to be a game to watch because I think that's going to be a knockdown, drag-out. Like it was last week here on this field, I look to have a similar game here tonight, Red. I look to have who makes the least amount of mistakes, who capitalizes on turnovers, and just who goes out there and is hungry the whole 4 quarters.
Yeah, and you look at a young team for San Juan that's still trying to find their exact place in this world, but Beaver came in here last week and put together, like you said, basically a perfect game. Even though they didn't score in the opening quarter, they bided their time. They never made any mistakes in that game. They didn't turn the ball over once. That was a huge part of their victory in that game last week.
Well, and you talk about, going back how many years San Juan was it 7 in a row they beat Kanab.
Yep.
And teams, they have that in the back of their mind. Even when you're a freshman coming up to a sophomore, junior, senior, you know that the last year we were beat by this team, and we want to be the team that goes out there and beats them finally. And that was the attitude of Beaver last week, and I think that's San Juan's had that target on them for the last 4 years, and they've been successful. And, a fluke play, we found out that it really wasn't a planned play, even though it looked like it was to me at the time.
Yeah, they were so open on
it.
But
it was a fluke play that you take away that touchdown and San Juan wins that game.
Yeah.
And so you just, those things happen in football and in life. And this game right here, similar stuff. Nice weather, though, no wind. So I think that both these teams want to air it out. They both have pocket passing QBs, more or less. So both quarterbacks have big arms, so we could see them stretch the field.
Well, Brogan Verosco, the senior for Kanab, coming in is 10 of 18 on the season, 189 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions. He's completing about 56% of his passes, so he's been pretty good to start, even though it hasn't been a ton of yardage in the passing game. Hayden Gubler is the senior running back who's rushed so far this season for 212 yards and 5 TDs, so they do a lot of work on the ground as well, and they've got, I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 guys who have run the ball for them in the first 2 games. So, Art, it's going to be similar offensively to what we saw Beaver when you got so many kids who they're just running in and out, running the football and keeping them fresh that way.
Well, Kanab likes that wing T, the double wing, They always have ever since Bucky Orton was the coach there, going back, 7-10 years ago. I mean, they've just been a running team. They like to establish that dominance in between the numbers. But at the same time, they will throw it on you when you start creeping up and you get lazy on your defense. And so you got to really have your head on a swivel and pay attention tonight if you're the DBs, the linebackers. And it's so hard. I coached against Kanab for 4 years as a head coach, and then, 1 year we played them and then we stopped playing them. But they are very good at what they do. It's kind of like San Juan. They bring these kids up from Little League, learning these things, learning the system. And so when you get to high school, you understand the lingo, you understand what was expected of you. And Kanab is really good at what they do out of that double wing set. And like you said, all those running backs, because they have that arsenal, they could give it to the left wing, the right wing, they give it to the tailback, the quarterback can run it. And so you have got to really be, as a defensive lineman, as a linebacker, cognizant of where that ball is and not just go to a number. You got to make sure that guy has the ball, because they will pull it at the last second and give it to somebody else on an end around. It's just the double wing when run effectively, and we've seen it over the years.
Yeah.
Duchesne ran it for a long time.
Yeah.
Is a dynamic offense, but it's not an offense you can come back from a big deficit. And that's been San Juan's key the last few years, is getting people in a big hole and then making them come out of who they are, and that's where they capitalize. So it's a hard offense to stop when you've got a good team now. They lose Orton from last year, the big kid, now playing college football. And so we'll see what their line is like and how they can roll. They've had some good games. Emory's a little down this year, I believe. Played North Severe last week. North Severe has been down for a few years, honestly. They're not really the top echelon. So I wouldn't consider that as hard a preseason schedule so far as San Juan has faced in Grantsville and Beaver. So we'll see which teams kind of firing all cylinders here tonight. And I'm sure that this San Juan crew is a little ticked off from last week's result.
Yeah, for sure. Well, J.R. Kornberg is the head coach in his 6th year for the Kanab Cowboys. He's got a 45-18 record, and we chatted with him just a little bit ago here as his team gets set to come in here and try to upend San Juan for the 2nd week in a row.
Coach, thanks very much for chatting with us. You guys have handled your first couple opponents pretty easily. This is going to be a bit more of a challenge maybe tonight, a lot more fun maybe.
Yeah, for sure. We haven't maybe played a high-caliber team yet, and they've played against 2 good teams, so both, coming in maybe with a little bit different path getting here as far as schedules go so far, so that's always part of the equation, I think.
Tell me about your team so far after these first 2 games.
We're still getting better. That's, what we should be doing early in the season. We're trying to improve. We're trying to get better up front and trying to figure out how to get the right guys the ball at the right time. So we're still developing, still coming along, but we like our team.
Well, you guys bring a similarity to what we saw here last week in Beaver. You got kind of more of a running attack, I'd say. How have you prepared for this game here tonight?
Yeah, we feel like last year when we played these guys, we'd never coached against them, so it's hard to, any other teams that we play that maybe are similar, it is hard to replicate, what San Juan does. They do it at a high level, so I think coming into a 2nd year and playing them back-to-back, does help us maybe prepare a little bit better, and hopefully we look a little more prepared than we did last time.
What feeling you get from your boys in the locker room tonight?
They're excited. That's what all week we've been excited, and just to play a high-quality team, a championship-level team, and go compete and play football at the highest level we're going to, see at them. And we've got Beaver in a couple weeks, so we play some tough teams, and you want to replicate as many of those kind of games as you can.
Well, I'd say you guys are a tough team too, and this is going to be a fun one tonight. What is it that you feel you're going to need to do to pick up a win here tonight?
Well, we're going to have to tackle. They're going to throw a lot of quick screens and stuff, so we're going to have to tackle those, and they're going to hand the ball 30, 40 times to number 2, and he's a load, and so we're going to have to tackle and get him down, and then offensively we're going to have to play fast, get our pads down, and create some holes and play fast football on the offensive side.
Do you feel ready to go tonight, or do you feel like maybe it's just some of it's kind of see how it goes tonight?
No, we're ready to go. We're prepared to come play well. We like our game plan, and we're excited and ready to rock and roll.
Always amazes me how the season comes up so quick, and I don't know how much prep you've been able to do, and it just happens real fast, and you're already into a game like this 3rd week.
Yeah, these Fridays just start coming now. We were talking about that on the bus ride, so the dog days of winter and spring, we're talking about that week 3 game with San Juan or whatever it is, and it's here now. So they're here, they're on you now.
All right, Coach, we appreciate it. Good luck. Have fun out there tonight, man.
Yeah, thank you.
And a big thanks to Coach Kornberg for chatting with us before this one starts tonight. And Art, I think one of the big things, you talk about a wing T offense that's not super explosive, not geared toward coming back. When your defense holds the opposition to a low amount, it doesn't. San Juan's gotten used to scoring 60 points a game basically for these last 4 years, and I think Beaver did a great job shutting them down last week, and that's what this team is going to have to do here tonight as well if they want to get a win at San Juan.
Yeah, I think the one thing that Kanab has going for them is just the misdirection plays out of this wing T, because you're going to see them run a pro set style backfield, and then they're going to run that wing across after they fake that dive on a reverse. It's just such a complex offense. When you have 5 guys up front that can block and get to their spaces, it is a hard offense to defend. So if you're San Juan, you want to strike early, strike often, and just run them off the field.
All right, that's a look at Kanab as we get set to go here tonight. The San Juan Broncos trying to get back in the win column tonight. Second of 4 regular season home games already, and it's going to be the Kanab Cowboys tonight. Broncos in royal blue and yellow in the home unis, and Kanab sporting the white with the silver helmet, the red numbering, and the gray pants. This should be a fun one tonight, a battle between the 2A defending state champions who were upended by the 1A defending state champions last weekend. And the 1A number 2 ranked squad coming in here tonight trying to do the same thing. We'll take a quick break. We'll return on the pregame show here on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
Holiday Construction is your one-stop source for gravel, concrete, excavation services, and custom hauling. We've proudly served San Juan County with quality and dedication for over 40 years. Call Holiday Construction today at 435-678-2028. We're proud supporters of high school sports and our community.
With a changing economy and advancing technology, it's time that marketing and selling of real estate in San Juan County catches up. Four Corners Homes and Property Management is changing the game. Every Four Corners Homes listing includes 3D mapping and virtual tours, professional photos, a digital and global 21st century footprint, and marketing exposure that makes it easy for buyers to find and identify what makes your listing unique. Marketing and exposure sells real estate, and if you want the best, you need Four Corners Homes on your team. Find us at fourcornershomes.net or call 801-404-0058.
Last year I was at my lowest, going through some pretty serious depression. A couple of friends of mine stopped by the house and said they were worried about me. Said they'd feel a lot better if they could hold on to my firearms until things turned around. I think they saved my life.
If your loved ones are struggling, talk to them about temporarily storing their guns away from their home, because things do get better.
Ready to own a home across Utah or Colorado? The Britt Barton team at Primary Residential Mortgage, with over 30 years experience, delivers custom loans, great rates, and friendly advice. Sit with Britt and begin your journey today. Primary Residential Mortgage Incorporated is an equal housing lender, MLS number 3094.
Pain or injury sidelining you? Precision Rehab restores you and your loved ones back to peak performance with physical therapy in Monticello, Blanding, Montezuma Creek, and Monument Valley. Covered by most insurances. Call 435-678-3869 or visit precisionrehabutah.com.
Planning a weekend project? Red's Ace Hardware in Blanding has paint, tools, grills, and yard supplies from top brands like Craftsman and Weber. Visit us for great deals and expert advice.
Here at Lisle Northern Electric, we take pride in our highly qualified team, dedicated to serving our community. Whether you need commercial, residential, or solar electrical services, our certified experts are ready to meet your needs. We are proud to support our community, especially our youth and high school athletics. Lisle Northern Electric, serving our community since 1957.
Coach, thanks very much for chatting with us. You guys have handled your first couple opponents pretty easily.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live as we get set tonight. The San Juan Broncos hosting the Kanab Cowboys in the third game of the season, second straight home game for the San Juan Broncos. Friday Night Lights tonight brought to you in part by Bradford Tire at the center of it all at East Center in Blanding. Colleen Kays, author of the 7 Dynamos of Organizational Power, and Creative Floors, covering all of San Juan County's carpet and flooring needs. And no pun intended on that readout there, covering all of your carpet and flooring needs. But we do appreciate all our sponsors and say a big thanks, and we'll continue that throughout this broadcast, of course, as we now switch gears on the Friday Night Light pregame show, and we'll talk about the San Juan Broncos, who again suffered that 33-30 loss to Beaver last week. Looking to bounce back this week. We got a chance just a minute ago to talk with head coach Barkley Christensen. Here's what he has to say as his team gets set to go tonight.
Coach, it's never fun to lose, but it's better to lose early than late in the season. Tell me what you guys learned from last week.
Yeah, again, a tough one. We've all been beating ourselves up all week, but, you know, it happens. We got to get over it. Learned a lot. Obviously, we learned, you know, when we have opportunities to go put games where we can't get complacent. That's kind of the big thing, obviously. You know, just we've got to be, you know, sound every single down, and against teams like that, guys have got to be, you know, honest when they're tired. They've got to come out, and so another thing that we've kind of learned is we've got to have more guys ready to roll, even if it's just to spell a guy for 3-4 plays, you know, in a drive. So we kind of gassed out a little bit there, which is, you know, on us. We thought we could probably, you know, play the full thing. We'll be better with substitutions, and then obviously when we have somebody down, we've got to finish the job.
Do you feel the team has grown a bit in this last week?
Yeah. I think they you'll always grow from something like that. And again, we have so many young players too, sophomores that are realizing, because in a JVC team game, honestly, you can tell who's going to win the game by the first 2 series, right? Doesn't work like that in varsity. So. Yeah, I think they've grown, but obviously there's still a long way to go.
Well, you may not know fully until they're on the field here tonight, but tell me about the attitude you're getting from these boys, maybe their resiliency a little bit.
They seem fine, you know. Like last year we ended up dropping to Grantsville and Hurricane, and you know, they've learned that the ultimate goal is a state championship, right? And so everything's going to come down to that. We got to get ready to go win in November when it counts. So I feel like that's kind of been their attitude. Like, they're obviously upset, you know, but they got over it pretty quick. They took to coaching a lot better, and yeah, I mean, they understand that we're not winning state championships in week 2. We're winning them at the end of the year.
What's a similar opponent here tonight as far as what they bring to the table? How do you approach it tonight?
Yeah, they're you know, very storied football program. Same type of thing. It's fun. It's fun to have to 3 weeks in a row now. We're sweating it and game planning and everything like that. So at the end of the day, we've got to play disciplined football. You know, I felt like that's kind of where we lost it last week. Is 4 quarters of disciplined football. A drive or two's not gonna do it for us. So we've got to stick with it. They're gonna just keep doing their thing and run the football, and we've got to stop them.
All right, Coach. Good luck out there tonight, man. Have fun. It is Friday Night Football again, buddy.
Okay, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
And a big thanks to Coach Christensen also for chatting with us tonight as his team gets set to go, trying to bounce back from that tough loss last week. And Art, that's a big thing tonight. What's the resiliency of this team look like? How's their attitude? And can they just continue business as usual against another tough opponent?
Well, I like what Coach Christensen said. You know, you grow up a lot throughout a season, not just for your juniors and your seniors that coming in for the first time as a starter, but they do have a lot of sophomores on this team that are getting starts, ample playing time, and you learn a lot about yourself weeks 1, 2, 3, 4. And so,
Coach, it's never fun to lose, but
bouncing back. It'll be good to see how they come out that first drive, that first defensive series, and just see what the mentality is and how they rally around each other.
All right, looking at this team coming in, Bo Yeomans, the sophomore quarterback in his first couple games, 620 yards. He's completing 62% of his passes at 46 for 74. He's got the 1 touchdown pass, 4 interceptions so far on this season. As you see the team coming onto the field with their traditional entry with the American flags, it's a beautiful sight as they come onto the field. Kanab is unfazed. They're still out there warming up, not even paying any attention to these guys, but we are getting set for the national anthem tonight. Jagger Neves is the leading running back, of course, He's carried the ball 46 times in these first couple games, 251 yards. He's averaging 5.5 yards per play. And he's got the 5 touchdowns. Bo Yeomans has 47 yards on the season on 16 carries, 2 touchdowns for the Broncos. So 7 rushing touchdowns. They've got 337 rushing yards. And looks like we are set for the national anthem, so we'll turn it up. And we'll let you hear this.
Presented by the San Juan Royals. And our national anthem will be performed by the San Juan High Pep Band.
Outstanding rendition of the national anthem tonight. An outstanding rendition by the San Juan Pep Band as we get set to go here tonight. Officials at midfield. And we'll continue, Art, looking at some of these San Juan stats here as we get set to go. And we mentioned the quarterback. We mentioned the rushing game. Trip Palmer is the leading receiver so far this year. 282 yards on 15 catches. He has the lone receiving touchdown on the season, but Jagger Neves has been a weapon out of the backfield as well. He's caught the ball 11 times for 128 yards. Brig Palmer, 97 yards on 10 catches for San Juan. Cole Duke, who it was good to see him in the game last week, has six catches on the season, 85 yards. And Nash Young, 3 catches for 29 yards. And again, 644 receiving yards for San Juan this year. And, of course, you've got the 24-yard pass from Jagger Neves that was completed, so that's why there's some more receiving yards than there are passing yards. We talk about defense all the time and their importance. Let's take a look at the leading tacklers on this team. Jonas Jeppesen, the senior, and Trip Palmer, the fellow senior. Both of those guys have 20 tackles each on the season, and 2 of those for each player are for loss. Jagger Neves, 19 stops on the season and 4 tackles for loss. George McNaughton, 17 tackles, 3 of those for loss. And Thomas Harden, the junior, 13 tackles, 1 for loss. And you look at the pressure that this defense has been putting on opposing quarterbacks just in these first 2 games. 5 sacks on the season. George McNaughton has 3 of them. Thomas Harden and Stetson Black with 1 apiece. And then 19 quarterback hurries on the season so far. Leading in that department is George McNaughton with 5. Stetson Black has 4, and Jagger Neves has 3. So that's another factor, Art. You've got to get to the quarterback. You've got to force poor decisions, poor plays, and that's a lot about winning things on the line of scrimmage, and that's where the battles happen throughout these games.
Yeah, and I think this offensive line for San Juan has, as a unit, gotten a lot better at recognizing those things. They've got a lot better at almost every aspect. And you saw that last week. The run game was bigger, huger, more holes, and they just did a tremendous job. These 5 kids are learning together. 2 new kids on the line as a new center. You got a Gage as out there as a new guard, and he's a sophomore. And they're doing good things. It's really difficult when you go so fast for those linemen to get back to their spot, and it's just, man, kudos to those kids because they get worked to death out there, and most of them then go play nose tackle. It's a hard offense to be a big guy because you're so fast you don't get to catch your breath. But they're doing a tremendous job.
Well, and you heard Coach Christensen talking about that in the pregame interview tonight. He wants his kids to let him know when he's tired. Sometimes you need a rest. I think there's that pride in going on both sides of the ball and that pride in playing every snap of the game, but sometimes if you're not helping the team, you might need to sit out for just a minute, take a breather, and to get back in that game with a full rest.
When you talk about some of those kids, and I know we're getting ready for kickoff here, I was told Nash Young was going to play tonight, but it doesn't look like he's got his shoulder pads on, so maybe in the pregame they decided maybe came out here and ran some routes and didn't feel good about his ankle yet. But I was told they may use him tonight, but it doesn't look like, unless they have to, they're going to put him in.
So they'll be missing one of their strong receivers tonight, and we'll see who steps up. It's a next man up mentality for sure. San Juan comes into this game with 4 takeaways on the season, 3 interceptions. I think it's actually 5, 2 fumble recoveries. I think we're missing one from game 1. But at any rate, sometimes it's the turnover battle that wins games. The Broncos tonight receiving the opening kick, and we are underway as Jagger Neves turns on the jets, gets to the sideline, tried to put on the brakes and slipped down as he was knocked down on the kick return, but he gets it out right around the 25-yard line. That's where the Broncos will start, and no surprise, Art, they get the offense on the field first tonight.
Yeah, so Kanab won the toss. They deferred to the second half, and obviously San Juan's going to take the ball, but Jagger has to come a long ways across the field on that. They're trying to set that wall over here on the right side, and that's a long ways to go for him.
Well, here we go. First play from scrimmage. Bo Yeomans working from the shotgun, and it's not going to get underway as flags fly on a false start against San Juan. So not a great start for the Broncos as they march it backwards 5 yards to get underway here.
Yeah, and I bet the adrenaline's pumping for this game, especially after last week. You got to just calm down, take a deep breath, go out there and do your job.
So they'll try again. 1st and 15 now, back inside their own 20 at the 18. Jagger Neves springs free up the middle, and he's going to leave everybody in the dust across midfield. Makes one move. He's inside the 20-10. Touchdown for San Juan.
Well, that's a good way to come back from a first play of the game penalty is to go for how many yards was that? 82-yard touchdown, almost untouched. We talked about those lines briefly, and that was a big old hole right there. I mean, that happened so quick we had the back judge falling down as he tried to follow the play here if you're watching live on the stream.
Off left tackle, Jagger Neves' 6th touchdown run of the season. He wiped out as we get to see it on the replay. 1 play from scrimmage, 1 touchdown for San Juan. It's an 82-yard run for Jagger Neves. We'll see if Trip Palmer can add the PAT. And we are just, 21 seconds in. No, the hold is muffed. I guess it was a low snap. Trip Palmer has it himself and tries to run it in, but he's not going to get there. A swarm of Kanab players brings him down on the sideline. So the PAT wasn't pretty, but that 82-yard run from Jagger Neves surely was, and the Broncos lead at 6-0 very early.
And just indicative of last week, too, San Juan started fast last week, came out and scored 2 touchdowns, took a 14-0 lead, and so we'll just have to see what happens here because this is a 4-quarter game.
So the Broncos get set to kick it off after scoring the opening volley of the night. And unable to add the extra point, they lead 6-0, 11:39 still remaining here in the opening quarter. Again, just 21 seconds into this one, the Broncos strike after suffering a false start penalty. They go 82 yards right up the middle. And there was no catching Jagger Neves once he sprung free. I don't know what happened to the safety on that one, but, man, the middle of the field was wide open once he got into the linebacker area.
Yeah, just bit up too fast, and Jagger, when he hits that second level, man, he's got a second gear, and he just turns on the jet, especially first run of the game.
Yeah.
He's fresh, and so you saw the speed that he has.
And we got a new kickoff man here tonight, I think. This is number 27, Danny Price, the junior, who's kicking for the Broncos. And it was Trip on still for the PAT that time, but I saw this kid practicing his kicks before the game, and he gets a decent kickoff here, but Kanab does return it back out to the 30, so the Cowboys will have decent field position on their first possession of the night. And Cowboys, of course, looking to answer. We mentioned this is a team maybe not geared for falling behind early and coming back, unless maybe it's a slow and steady comeback. But, Art, I don't envision the Broncos keeping their foot off the gas tonight after what happened to them last week.
No, Coach Christensen, and that missed PAT, I kind of think Coach Christensen likes that because that gives them an opportunity to go for 2 now.
Right. And speaking of 27, look at this kid for Kanab, and they are going to get into the second level here and all the way across midfield to the 45 on a big run for Kanab on their first play from scrimmage. And that goes for, let's see, 10, 25 yards. Hayden Gubler on his first carry of the night makes a loud noise as he comes in.
Yeah, and that's what that wing T offense does, that misdirection and all those blocks. And then you've got to wrap up your tackles. You can't just reach an arm out. You've got to square somebody up, put it between the numbers, and take them backwards. Don't give them a full head of steam.
So a big gain for Kanab on first down. They'll have it 1st and 10 at the San Juan 45 when we come back. We do have an injury on the field. A San Juan player down will step aside, and we'll return to San Juan High School. The Broncos lead the Cowboys 6-0. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
With over half a century of combined experience, Countywide Realty has guided more deals than any other local team. From farms and ranches to homes and land, no one knows San Juan County like Countywide Realty.
Buying, selling, or refinancing. Trust Anderson Oliver Title Insurance Agency, Southeastern Utah's only locally owned title company, serving San Juan and Grand counties for over 25 years. Visit us today.
At Energy Fuels, creating opportunities and participating in the local community is important to us. Thanks to our dedicated employees, we're safely producing critical materials that support cleaner energy sources and a better planet for future generations. Knowing that the youth of today will make great contributions tomorrow, Energy Fuels is a proud supporter of high school athletics within our communities.
Blue Mountain Foods, Monticello's hometown grocer, offers fresh meat, deli, bakery, and curbside pickup. Check BlueMountainFoods.com for weekly specials. Open 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. at 64 West Center Street.
Canyonlands Tire and Blanding offers top quality tires, auto repairs, and fast service. Stop by for all your tire needs. Your local tire experts at Canyonlands Tire.
At Red Mechanical, we believe strong communities start with strong support, and that includes cheering on our local high school athletes. We've proudly served the Four Corners with dependable HVAC and plumbing solutions, keeping homes and businesses comfortable season after season. From the field to your front door, we're here for you. Red Mechanical, proud supporters of high school sports and our local communities.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live. 6-0 for San Juan. 11:25 to go still in the opening quarter as we're fresh underway. The Broncos scoring on their first play. Kanab with the football now in San Juan territory as they send 2 men in motion. Little counter to that side and a great stand-up tackle right here for the San Juan line. I didn't see it as a big boy who made that stop right there.
Trey Bass.
Nice stop for San Juan, stopping that running back for no gain, I think. Thought that was number 5 carrying for Kanab, but I didn't see. I don't have a number for him in the running game. Was it number 5?
Actually a loss of like maybe a foot.
And was that number 5 carrying that time?
I think it was number 4.
Okay, so that would have been Deegan Swap. And he lost. Well, he's actually no gain, excuse me. They'll kind of run the same start of this play with the 2 men in motion. This time they'll run to the other side. Nothing doing there as the Bronco defense stops them again at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, big Cash. Palmer in there along with Black.
Back-to-back carries for no gain for Deegan Swap.
Yeah, Stetson Black in there as well on that. And that's what you got to have when you're running against a wing T. You cannot let the deception of the holes get to you. You got to find the ball and drive them backwards and stop them in the gap. Don't let them, like that first play, get ahead of steam.
3rd down and 10 for Kanab after a big gain on their first play from scrimmage. They've stalled a little bit here. Now the quarterback rolling out looking to pass, but he's going to be caught from behind and stopped after a 3-yard gain. He was scrambling for his life over here. Brogan Verosco running to the sideline. He wanted to throw it downfield, but good coverage in the San Juan secondary. That will force a 4th down and 7. And so we'll see what Coach Kornberg decides here.
Do they pull out the fake the
self-punt touchdown.
The straight up in the air punt.
Yeah.
You got to think there's some team out there going to try to do that now.
Yeah, you're right. Now that they know that you can, people might be trying that on purpose. Here's Verosco. That's not Verosco. It's another player punting the ball now, and this is a beauty of a punt that's going to come to rest inside the San Juan 10 at the 9. So that's what Kanab wanted to do right there. And it is Brogan Verosco. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I thought he was 8. I don't know why I thought he was 8, but it was Brogan Verosco who just kind of stepped back about 3 yards and then short punted the ball for Kanab, and a good punt for them.
Well, you notice in a lot of the 2A, 1A football, they have gone away from the traditional punt the last couple of years. They just want to line up their offense. If they get a look they like, they want to go for it. If not, they back their quarterback up, he pooches it, and they play defense.
Well, speaking of defense, credit the San Juan defense on that drive, as first play from scrimmage for Kanab went 25 yards, but the Broncos stopped them on the next 3 plays and forced the punt. Now they have it back. We got a short gain on first down for the Broncos, maybe 3 yards. And that was Neves, I assume, carrying that time. Yep. So 2nd down and 7 for San Juan, as they hold Neves that time to 3 yards. His first run tonight was an 82-yard touchdown. He's going to get the pitch again this time, try to get to the outside, but a nice open field tackle over here by Hayden Gubler will hold him a little bit short, but he does end up picking up about 6. And so that makes it 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, great read there by Gubler and to make that tackle. I love it when kids break down, chop their feet, and just let you run to you.
And this time Yeomans will hand off again, and this should be enough for first down yardage for the Broncos as it goes to Neves once again, and he'll pick up about 4. That'll move the chains for San Juan. And if you wonder why we mention Jagger Neves' name all the time, he's already carried the ball 4 times. He's got the most touches tonight, and that'll just continue, I think, throughout the season. Bo Yeomans airs one out left side. Trip Palmer got spun around facing the wrong direction, and it ends up sailing over his head, incomplete. 2nd down and 10, back at the 22.
And that's the worst side of the field if you're a receiver looking back into that sun.
Oh, yeah, right now.
He's trying to cover his eyes right now, trying to get the incoming play, so you know that ball was in the sun and you get turned around. Just a bad spot until that sun goes down.
Yeah, if we look at the stands over there, we've got a taste of what he was seeing right then. I'm blinded by looking at that reflection over there. Now Jagger Neves is hit in the backfield as this ball sails over his head, incomplete. So they were trying to set up a little running back screen over here, but that did not pan out. Back-to-back incompletions makes it 3rd and 10.
Yeah, great recognition right there by Kanab defensive player to see it and then just go right for Jagger.
So the Broncos sophomore quarterback Bo Yeomans unsuccessful on his first passing attempts on the evening. And now we'll see what the Broncos do on a 3rd and long. We're going to get a flag over here, and this is going to be encroachment on Kanab. So the Broncos with a little bit of head gamery here and force Kanab offside or into the neutral zone there, and that gives them at least 5 free yards. 3rd and 5.
3rd and 5 is a lot easier than 3rd and 10.
Yeah.
Any coach will take this.
And so they're up around the 27 here as Yeomans drops back to pass, and it was nearly picked and then nearly caught on a deflection by Cole Duke. Man, that went through the hands of 2 players. First, it was Kyle Brown for Kanab, and then Cole Duke of San Juan. So near miss that time, and it's 4th down and 5 for San Juan deep in their own territory.
Yeah, that would have been a spectacular catch by Cole Duke. Just great concentration, just able to come down with it.
And I'm guessing the Broncos will punt it here, but we'll see as Yeomans tried the hard count, tried to get a free first down. We'll see if they stay with that plan here real quick. No, they snap it. He's actually going to throw it right side to Jagger Neves on a quick little slant, little button hook right there for Neves, and it's going to work for a first down and a gutsy call early in this game on 4th down.
We say it's a gutsy call, but the last 5 years we've known Coach Christensen. That's his MO right there.
And that's the first completion of the night, 10 yards from Bo Yeomans to Jagger Neves. And then we get a pass to Trip Palmer that'll go right to the sticks as well. Really close, an 8-yard pass. All right.
They're going to give him short there. And I thought that's where his knee came down, but the ball, he's so long, I thought the ball was out there another yard or 2.
So after 3 incompletions to start the night, back-to-back completions for Bo Yeomans. He's got 18 yards on those 2 receptions. And the Broncos are starting to move the ball here now. Slow and steady, not going for the 82-yard touchdown run this time. And Jagger Neves will take a handoff and rumble into Kanab territory to the 45-yard line.
Yeah, and Coach Christensen's got some good play calling going here. He's got some low risk, high reward plays that he's running out of his offense.
Already 103 yards rushing for Jagger Neves. Yeomans has a lot of time and throws downfield, but this one's overthrown and is going to be intercepted by the same man who nearly intercepted him a couple plays ago. Kyle Brown will pull that one in, and it's going to operate like a punt, but the first turnover of the game goes in favor of the Kanab Cowboys here with 7:56 to go in the opening quarter.
Yeah, going deep for number 13 on the Broncos, Brig Palmer, and the ball just sails on the quarterback a little bit there, and unfortunate for them, number 2 is right there. Fortunate for them, he loses his footing from that rainstorm we've had and goes down.
Yeah, and so the Broncos turn it over here, the 5th interception thrown by Bo Yeomans this season, and the Bronco defense will go back to work now as Kanab sends 2 men in motion again, and working from under center, now rolling to his right is the quarterback and throws complete. Now down the sideline he goes all the way out near midfield to about the 45. That's a pitch and catch from Brogan Verasco to Hayden Gubler, and a huge gain for the Kanab Cowboys.
Yeah, what a play for Kanab right there. Deep in your own territory, and Jonas Jepson able to bring him down, but not till after a huge gain.
That's the first pass tonight, I believe, for Brogan Verasco, and he's 1 for 1 with a 40-yard catch that time from Hayden Gubler out of the backfield, and that kind of goes along with the stats that we've seen for this team. The leading runner, Hayden Gubler, is also the leading receiver, and that pans out so far here in the early stages, as it looks like Deegan Swap is going to get his 3rd handoff, and this time he'll go ahead for 3 yards. And that'll make it a 2nd down and 7 right at midfield for Kanab, as they are right back where San Juan had the football on a quick couple of plays here. And they've shown the ability here in spurts at least to move the football against this San Juan D.
And the one thing that this offense does, we talk about it when we play these type of teams, Rhett, is it really clicks that clock down and it takes away from San Juan. What they want to do is get out there back on their offense on the field.
2 men switching sides of the field again in motion. This wing T, tight formation up in the middle. They're going to fake it up the middle and now bounce it to the outside. And on his feet down inside the San Juan 30 to the 28 goes Colton Blomquist, but we're going to have a hold on the play. So we'll see if the first down stands, and then marking off the penalty from there.
Yeah, it looks like the holding happened about the 39, so they definitely have a first down, and then they'll mark it off.
That's a 21-yard run. Depending on how this pans out here for Colton Blomquist, who I did not have on the depth chart here. So let's make him the 2nd running back maybe.
And we talked about that in the pregame, Rhett, where you get dialed in on those dives and the traditional, and then they go backside. And if you're in or your outside backer, whoever's job it is to contain that backside, flows too hard down to the center, no one's there to check that guy back in, and you saw that time. There was no one on the outside to set the edge to make them force it back into your heart of your defense, and you just pick up huge yards.
Well, I don't know how to score that. Does he get how do you score that? You can't score a 21-yard run for him right there, do you? Or how's it go? It's 2nd down and 8. So they're replaying the down. And so I guess that play is erased. And now the quarterback, Verasco, will drop back to pass. Same thing he faced earlier. Everybody downfield covered. That may have even been a design run. 2nd time they've run that play. And Verasco will keep it and get about a couple yards shy of the sticks into San Juan territory to the 45.
Yeah, you're right. It was a replay of the down.
So that was a 6-yard run right there for Verasco, who has 9 yards here in the early stages. 3rd down and 2 for the Kanab Cowboys here with 5:45 to go in the opening quarter, the clock running. A 6-0 lead for San Juan. They scored on their first play from scrimmage, an 82-yard run from Jagger Neves. And now Verasco will hand off to his big man, Hayden Gubler, who will come up a yard shy. It's a 1.5 yard gain, but still a yard to go as it'll be 4th down now.
Yeah. Good defensive line pressure right there by the Broncos defensive front.
So 2 carries for Hayden Gubler in this game, and 26 yards. His first run tonight was a 25-yarder, and that 1-yarder. And now we'll see what's Kanab is bringing out the offense here on 4th down. No shock that they would go for it here on 4th and short. Maybe try to get San Juan to jump, but the Broncos are disciplined. And now Verosco will look to the sideline as he calls an audible. So that didn't work out. Now they're going to have to actually run a play here. 4th down and 1, and now the play is whistled down. It looks like Kanab is going to have to take a timeout. So they wanted to make San Juan jump there. That did not work out, and then now they got to circle the wagons, and unfortunately for them, had to blow a timeout here.
Yeah, Trey Bass has been really good for the Broncos on that defensive front right there. He's had 2 plays so far that have really stopped the offense and brought up the 4th down plays. I wonder what Coach Quorenberg's thinking over there. He obviously didn't like something. You know, is he going to come out and punt this, try to pin San Juan deep? Does he try to go for it? If you're San Juan, you really got to be disciplined here and not get a encroachment penalty.
Yeah,
but definitely he was running out of time, and so he chose to take the timeout rather than the delay a game. So if you're going to punt it, you know, you don't care if you take the delay game. You mark it back, you punt it. I think he's going to go for this.
Yeah, they punted it from right here a possession ago.
I don't know why you burn a timeout just to punt.
Yeah, but we've seen sillier things sometimes. But, yeah, nobody back deep to receive for San Juan. They're sold out on the go for it here on 4th and short. Everybody in the box for Kanab almost. And they will hand off, and around the right side, fighting for yardage and battling for just what he needed is the senior, Hayden Gubler, and that will move the chains for Kanab. San Juan saying that they stopped him short, but I think he's gotten enough to move the chains here. All he needed was a yard, and they do indeed indicate that he earned the 1st down.
Another little misdirection play here. You get 2 guys coming left side, number 27 coming right side, and your lineman just got to set that edge. And you let him get to that 2nd level, and by that time, like you said, Rhett, he only needed 1.5 yards and overruns it.
So a precious new set of downs for Kanab, who have inched the ball ahead to the San Juan 43 here. And they'll bring it back up to the line of scrimmage. Senior Brogan Verosco working from under center. Fakes the handoff this time to Gubler. He'll throw to the left side, complete. And that's going to go for about 10 yards.
Nice play action right there. He fakes the handoff, tucks that ball up underneath his belly, takes a couple steps back and then turns, and San Juan bit on it pretty hard. Great play action there by the quarterback from Kanab.
And 2 completions for 53 yards now for Verosco. That one goes for 13 to Latimer Glover. Latimer's one of the good names that are on this Kanab squad. I've got a couple of these highlighted. Ozzie Williams, I like Ozzie as a St. Louis Cardinal fan, and number 6, Cooper Swindlehurst. I just think Swindlehurst is a great last name. They've got the Gubler last name, of course. We just mentioned Latimer Glover, but I'll get to my favorite after this play as Verosco will work from the shotgun this time, and he sends a man in motion. Quarterback keeper, and he bounces it to the outside off left tackle. We're going to see a flag come in for a hold here.
Oh, they tackled the San Juan defender. That was
You say it was obvious?
Yeah, you're going to watch it right here on the replay if you're watching. It's going to be right here on the pulling guard. Just takes him down.
The man who was going to make the tackle got tackled, and so this will be 1st down and 20, it looks like. But, Art, my favorite name on this team, I used to play a game on my old Apple IIe called Castle Wolfenstein or Beyond Castle Wolfenstein. I don't know if there's anybody within the sound of my voice who would know what I'm talking about. But Kanab has a kid on their team named Willis Wolfenstein or Steen. I don't know how he pronounces it, but I'm going to call him Willis Wolfenstein. So I think that's my favorite name. They've got some fun names on this Kanab squad, to be sure.
You're a man of many voices, Rhett.
You like that?
Yep.
We will ask the questions around here. All right, it's 1st and 20 indeed for Kanab as they back themselves up on a hold. And Verosco will, oh boy, I lost sight of the football on a kind of misdirection up the middle. Eventually it was number 7, Colton Blomquist with it.
Double handoff right here.
All right.
Quarterback gives it off, coming off the right side. Reverse coming around the left. We talked about in the pregame. This is exactly what the wing T does, is that wing coming back across the formation. You've got to account for him. You cannot just let him do whatever because that's the kind of play they will run, and obviously they've seen that up top. We get the defensive end cutting in way too hard for San Juan, and it's open all day. You've got to stay home.
Well, that time the Broncos sniffed it out and only suffered a 3-yard gain for Kanab, and this time Verosco fakes in the backfield. He scrambles, but somehow finds a man open downfield. A beautiful catch in traffic and a run after the catch.
I think the ball was on the ground.
San Juan is saying they have it. It's going to come down to was he whistled down. Everybody for San Juan saying they have it. It would be a 16-yard catch.
They stripped the ball. It came out, and it's going to be questioned if the knee was down.
We're going to see the replay right here, Art, so you can check that out.
Yeah, if you look right here, this San Juan player right here comes in and strips the ball, but they say his left knee was down.
Okay, so it's a 15-yard catch for Deegan Swap. All the running backs getting in on the receiving game as well, and that's no surprise.
You mentioned the Glover. You mentioned a bunch of names. That Glover name, it's not as cool as the ones that you mentioned.
Goobler?
Brett, but
No,
Glover. But Glover's a big
okay.
name over there, Kanab. I've watched the Glover kids, cousins, brothers come up through Kanab football for the last 12, 15 years. That is a good football name over in Kanab for if you're a Cowboys fan. That Glover name, they've had some fantastic athletes.
There you go. Well, okay, so that's flags flew on the snap here, and it's going to be against San Juan, actually. I was expecting a false start, but that will move the sticks ahead. A first down for Kanab once again, this time via penalty. And so 1st and 10, they've got the ball inside the San Juan 20. So for the first time tonight, Kanab in the San Juan red zone. We're within the last 2 minutes of this opening quarter. The Broncos still holding on to that 6-0 lead.
When they started this drive, we were over 8 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been definitely a clock ticker for sure. And no surprise, we know that from these wing T teams. 2-men in motion again. And they'll hand off to the left side. They had a little bit of room, but a good job closing for San Juan. And it's Thomas Harden who gets in there to make the stop in the open field. That was a huge tackle for the Bronco D.
Yeah, they faked him out on that handoff, that inside, and then just quarterback comes around to that end around and he kind of slips there, the runner does, but great ball movement there by the Kanab quarterback. If you're watching on the stream, great movement here with that ball to put it in, take it out, and then hand it off to that
and
back coming around the end.
I had the number wrong. That was Grady Anderson. I did have him on my depth chart, so I'll have to scribble that off, and we'll fix that here in a little bit. But right now, Verosco under center. Tough to tell where the ball goes sometimes with the misdirections back there. And the ball is deflected as he throws it. It's intercepted by San Juan, and the Broncos returning it. I believe it's Cole Duke, and he gets knocked out of bounds at midfield. A big return after the interception for San Juan, about a 40-yard return.
Yeah, back-to-back interceptions for these squads. The one thing that Kanab did was they took this from I can't remember where we were, but I know I looked over there and we were about 7 and some change, so around 8 minutes down to 55 seconds with that drive. And to not capitalize is crushing for the Kanab offense. But, wow, what a swing of events as they've just methodically marched down the field. You've had some big penalties against Kanab, some penalties against San Juan, but they have just kind of imposed their will marching down the field, and then have that pick by Cole Duke. That's huge for San Juan.
And so there you go. The Broncos now on first down will throw incomplete. And so San Juan suffers nothing doing on first down. It'll be 2nd down and 10. And we'll see what they draw up now here after the incompletion. That, speaking of incompletion, was the first for Brogan Verosco tonight, and it was a big one, an interception and a big return for San Juan. But now the Broncos having trouble getting it moving here on offense as Stetson Black gets his first carry of the night, only 1 yard on 2nd down. Maybe I'll give him 2, it looks like.
I'd like to see San Juan run that little wide receiver screen out here to trip.
And it was interesting that you pointed that out, back-to-back interceptions. I mean, it was about 6 minutes later, but indeed it was back-to-back interceptions for the teams. Usually those things happen in quick succession, but boy, that was a weirdly developing play, and I think some of the team moved and some did not. It'll end up being a false start on the Broncos.
Yeah, and here comes Jaggernese back into the game. But Kanab is playing 5 to 8 yards off the outside receiver. Inside receiver, they're 5 to 6, outside 8. And so I would think that you could run a wide receiver bump screen here to trip, get him around the outside, let Cole go in and bump his guys. I say that, they come in press coverage.
All you got to do is say something, and they'll do the opposite on you. Here is Bo Yeomans passing complete on a little comeback pattern for Cole Duke. He's got a little room. He's going to get enough for a San Juan first down. on a nice play right to the middle.
So exactly what I was saying, we get a little wide receiver screen out of the trips formation to Cole Duke.
And a 16-yard catch for Duke that time as the Broncos move the chains.
And anytime you get defensive backs that are giving up space, take advantage of that. If you can get 4 yards off a pitch and catch, take it every time.
This will be the final play of the opening quarter as Jagger Neves takes the handoff right up the middle. He may have been grabbed by the face mask. As the horn sounds, he rattles off 5 yards off right guard. And so it will be 2nd down and 5. The Broncos have the ball inside the Kanab 35. We'll take a break and we'll return for the start of the second quarter. San Juan up on Kanab 6-0. It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
San Juan Building Supply in Blanding has lumber, tools, and building materials for any project. Enjoy quality products and expert advice. Call 435-678-2000 or come in and see us at 1050 South Main Street.
Lee Collision Repair and Restoration in Blanding offers top-quality auto body and glass services. Visit us on North Grayson Parkway or call Jackson at 435-485-0069 today.
San Juan Credit Union, providing exceptional financial products in southeastern Utah for over 60 years, is proud to support our local high schools. With branches in Blanding, Monticello, and Bluff, along with an ATM in Montezuma Creek, access to those products is easier than ever. San Juan Credit Union offers checking and saving accounts, bill pay, a wide array of loans, and much more, all on a full-service website and mobile app. Plus, they're federally insured by the National Credit Union Association. San Juan Credit Union, your money, your future, your credit union.
Welcome back to San Juan High School as we're underway in the second quarter, and the Broncos execute the halfback pass wide open on the far side. I think it was Cole Duke. Jagger Neves hit him in the hands, but the ball falls to the turf incomplete. He would have had that inside the 10. He might have been caught up with because the throw was a little bit behind him from Jagger Neves, but, man, he was wide open, I'll tell you that.
A little bit. We'll just give it that. We'll leave it there.
It's a 3rd down and 5 for the Broncos as Yeomans hands off to Jagger Neves, who spins his way for some positive yardage, but only 2 yards on that run. So now the Broncos will face a 4th down and 3. Neves was his 2nd attempt of the season, incomplete, so he's completing 50% of his passes now.
We're going to say a long 3 here for those of you listening on the radio.
Right. Yeah, so another big 4th down for San Juan. As Yeomans will work from the shotgun, Jagger Neves to his right. Yeomans will keep it himself as flags fly. If the play stands, he's got plenty for a 1st down all the way down to the 20. But I don't know if this is going to stand. That would be an 11-yard run.
Interesting to see what the call is here because they let the play run. So
they're indicating on San Juan, I think. But we'll see. It is weird that they would let the play go. This would be a tough break.
Shift.
Okay, so that will be a 4th down and long now. That's going to go back to be about 8 yards, I think, here to gain.
So typically you get those when your receivers aren't set all the way.
Yeah. So a couple miscues here in this first half for San Juan. They're having trouble getting that 2nd touchdown of the night. Kind of the trouble they had last week, taking a stranglehold on the game. Here's Yeomans throwing left side. Trip Palmer has to come back, nearly makes a circus catch, but because of the ball thrown short, it's going to result in a pass interference on Kanab. The defender never turned around to locate that football. Hayden Gubler is going to be called on the play.
And you don't have to locate the football in high school football. They changed that rule a couple years ago. But what you can't do is impede the runner's ability to come back to the ball. And unfortunately, there's nothing that young man for Kanab could do in that situation because you're just there. And it's not like you can stop and back up because the ball was thrown short. But right there, Tripp has the option to go back to the ball, and where you're in his face, he can't do that. And so you get called for PI not because you didn't locate the ball. Well, if he does locate the ball, then he's not going to get called.
The only thing he could have just jumped out of coverage somehow.
So it's one of those things where if you're a defender, it's like, man, what can I do?
Yeah, that's true. And that's a big one. That's a 1st down for San Juan just outside the red zone. And now a Bo Yeomans pass is deflected at the line of scrimmage and falls incomplete. Thankfully for San Juan, they don't want another turnover here. It'll be 2nd down and 10 at the 21.
And we're going to get a flag on. I'm going to be a sideline warning, because the coaches are over there jawing with the sideline official. I can see them going at it. They were not happy about that. But it's the right call. Unfortunately for them, they don't like it, but it's the right call to make in that play. You have to allow, if you're not going to locate the ball, there's no face guard anymore, but you still have to allow him to come back to the ball. So even though he didn't grab him or pull him down, he's still in the wrong. And yeah, those Kanab coaches are not happy. So they get a sideline warning.
Well, it's a 2nd down and 10 now for San Juan from the Kanab 21. We are just under 1 minute into this second quarter here. It's a 6-0 lead for San Juan, which it's been since the first play from scrimmage. And now that's Jagger Neves, and the Wildcat will fake a handoff, keep it himself, and rumble off left tackle down to the 10. That's going to be a 1st and 10 for San Juan, I think. Down to the 11. They haven't moved the chains yet. They're marking that down to the 10. That's got to move the chains because
no, it's 3rd down there.
That's beyond the sticks.
Yeah,
so that's got to be a 1st down. And now the question is, it is a 1st and goal, or can they get a 1st down? Looks like it's going to be, they're going to be able to get a 1st down, but they'll have to get inside the 1. So 1st and 10.
Time.
Yeah, it did. Neves now takes it again, and right up the middle, he bounces his way into the end zone. Touchdown San Juan, back-to-back Wildcat plays for the San Juan senior, and he goes in this time. So I didn't see his first run, but this one is a 10-yard touchdown run, and 2 touchdown runs for Jagger Neves tonight. Makes it a 12-0 lead for San Juan. Yeah, and I'm not sure, Art, maybe I think that first one was a 10-yard run too as they go for 2, obviously. And this time Bo Yeomans, or was that Jagger? Jagger connects with Trip Palmer, so Jagger Neves took over the quarterbacking duties on those last 3 plays, and they complete the 2-point conversion. It's going to be a very football-looking 14-0 lead for San Juan. Not quite a minute and a half into this second quarter. And we're going to step aside as San Juan gets set to kick the ball away again. Again, it's 14-0 San Juan over Kanab. Friday Night Lights live from Blanding on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
San Juan County Adult Education empowers adults with technical, business, and college skills to join the workforce. Earn a high school diploma or GED. Visit a USU Learning Center or email gina.grover@sjsd.org to learn more. For over 75 years, San Juan Health has offered top medical care in Blanding, Monticello, and Spanish Valley. Visit sanjuanhealth.org for our services. San Juan Health, chasing perfection since 1947.
Here at Utah Naval Health System, our mission statement is we exist to improve your quality of life through comprehensive, self-empowered, culturally sensitive, and amazing customer service.
Need fast internet in San Juan County? Emory Telcom delivers blazing fast fiber with no contracts and free installation. Power your home with reliable connectivity. Visit emorytelcom.com for details today.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live as we get back to action here. 90 seconds into the second quarter now. Kanab with the football after San Juan kicked it away following their second touchdown. Return back out to the 22, and now 1st and 10 for the Cowboys as Brogan Verasco works from under center. Misdirection in the backfield. We're going to see that all night long. This time he hands to Hayden Gubler, the senior, who picks up 1.
Thomas Harden in there, sorry, Rhett, on the tackle from his Mike backer position.
So Gubler's first carry tonight in the first quarter, a 25-yarder. Since then, he's had 3 touches, all for 1 yard apiece. And so the Bronco defense has held him quiet since that first big run. Second down, looks like they actually give him 2 on this. So we'll check that. Give him 29 yards on the night. Make it a 2nd down and 8 as Verasco hands off again, off left tackle. This time, Gubler nearly bounced it to the outside. He does get out there, but ends up being forced out of bounds after a short gain.
Yeah, Neves able to push him out, extend, and get him out of bounds and use that 12th man.
It's another maybe yard and a half gain. We'll give him 2, benefit of the doubt, make it a 3rd down and 6. Long 6 for Kanab, so a big 3rd down here for both of these teams. Kanab has fallen down by 2 scores now after the Broncos were finally able to finish a drive. And so for Kanab, it's dire time right here. Again, not a team that's geared to come back from a deficit, so they want to get on the board here to stay in this thing. As Verasco will send a man in motion, they roll out with blockers out to the right side. He throws to the sideline over here and had to throw it high in coverage, and unable to climb the ladder tall enough was the intended receiver, Grady Anderson, and that will bring up a 4th down and 7.
Great play by Cole Duke coming up here and just getting in front of the receiver, getting high, and the Kanab's lucky that he didn't come down with the ball.
Right. Yeah, Verasco located it in a good spot, but the receiver could not get there. And so after completing his first 3 attempts, 2 back-to-back incompletions, including an interception, but now Verasco gets back in the completion column with a beautiful pass to the left side, and picking up, 10 yards is going to be number 11, Latimer Glover. You mentioned that Glover last name.
And no one was even over there in coverage for San Juan. It's almost like they just forgot about him. He's standing over here, no one's in coverage. Quarterback recognizes it, throws it quick, little 2-yard dump off, and lets him do the rest, get to the first down.
It is a big 1st and 10 for Kanab, and now they'll go right up the middle once again. Just a couple yards to the 40, so they lull you in with these up-the-middle handoffs and then start bouncing plays to the outside. 2nd down and 8 after a short gain here.
Well, if you notice, if you're watching on the stream, a lot of times Kanab will come out like they do here, and they'll just put that outside receiver out there. He doesn't come to the huddle. He just lines up, and that's what they want to do. They want to see if you're going to match up with him or you're going to forget about him, and that's just all that happened there is he kind of hid in plain sight, and no one went out and covered him.
All right, a big 2nd down here and 8 for Kanab as they continue moving those 2 guys left and right to either side of the formation, and this time Verasco will keep it himself. Tries to get to the outside. I saw a block in the back over here. No flags fly. Verasco gets past the sticks. He'll move the chains here on a 10-yard run.
Yeah, I saw the same thing you saw, Red. I saw push in the back against San Juan defender, but obviously refs no harm, no foul, and didn't throw the flag. Gives Kanab 1st down.
Shadows across the field completely now as we've got the lights on, and it is officially Friday Night Lights. With 8:40 to go in this first half, Broncos lead it by 2 touchdowns over the Kanab Cowboys.
Kind of eerie of last week. First quarter, all San Juan. 2nd quarter, Beaver. Let's see if San Juan can turn the 2nd quarter into their quarter here tonight.
A new set of downs for Kanab, though, as they're on the move. And Verasco hands off to Gubler once again. Gubler this time gets into open field. Down the sideline he goes. One man to beat, and he'll go all the way for a 51-yard touchdown as Kanab gets on the board in a big way, makes it 14-6 with 8:30 to go in the first half. What a play as they somehow got Gubler into open field that time, and they make San Juan pay. So after a 25-yard run to start the game, short yardage for the next 5 handoffs until that one, and suddenly Kanab has answered to cut this San Juan lead in half. Wow, 84 yards rushing now for the Kanab senior. And on to complete or to attempt the PAT, I believe, is Kyle Brown here, the senior. Is that number 2? You might have to help me locate that for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. And the kick is through the uprights, making it a 14-7 lead for San Juan now. 8:30 to go in the first half. So just what you said, Art. Kanab strikes in the 2nd quarter here. They had to have the score on that possession in order to stay in this game, I dare say. And, man, they converted a 4th down that time in their own territory, and a good drive for Kanab on that one.
Yeah, and it's one of those things you got to figure out if you're San Juan defensively. When you get to the 2nd quarter, what's different? What changes? How come the last 2 weeks you've had all the momentum in the first, and then the second is like a tale of 2 cities here? You give it up, and that's a big, long run there for Kanab. It's just, why does that happen? What's different? What are you seeing? And make those adjustments, because you don't want this 2nd quarter to turn into Kanab's quarter, kind of like it did last week for Beaver. You want to turn the table here and go down and score, make the 2nd quarter your quarter again. You're not in a bad way here, 14-7, but you definitely don't want to turn this back over to them and have them punt it. Now, we've got something going on at midfield.
We've got a coaches conference with the officiating crew here at midfield, and I don't know if I've ever seen this. We're going to step aside with 8:30 to go in the first half. Kanab has scored to make it 14-7 in favor of San Juan. We've got a timeout on the field. We'll return to San Juan High School in a moment. 8:30 left in the first half. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
Get the resources and quality of a big school education and the support of a smaller school at Utah State Blanding. Explore over 70 degree and certificate programs to find your perfect fit and experience personalized learning with small class sizes and dedicated faculty while getting the classic college experience. A Utah State education is affordable too, thanks to competitive tuition and tons of scholarship opportunities. Visit blanding.usu.edu to learn more about becoming an Aggie in Blanding.
Well, it was a short conference between the coaches and the officials. We're back underway as we welcome you back. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live here in Blanding, and we're going to get a penalty flag on the kick return for San Juan, so it's very likely that the Broncos will be starting from deep in their own territory here with 8:25 to go in the opening half.
Yeah, blocking the back right here is what the call is going to be, and it is 100%.
Pretty obvious.
So you're going to put your offense further back in a hole, and I really want to know what the conference was.
Yeah, very curious.
To bring both head coaches out in the middle of the field, but obviously didn't change the tide of the game so far, and nothing happened. They didn't recall a PAT or a touchdown or anything, so
definitely interesting.
Sure.
I've never really seen that mid-game where the coaches, I don't know if it looked like Barkley called a conference. I'm not sure.
We're going to see what happens here because San Juan's definitely going backwards here.
So 1st and 10 for San Juan from just outside their own 5 here. Looks like they're starting at the 7. And again, the momentum on the side of the Kanab Cowboys, the visitors right now. It's going to be 2 yards and a cloud of dust over on the far side. A short gain. I think it was Jagger Neves on the carry that time. Indeed, and actually going to give him 6 yards on that carry. So a better run than it looked like. Gives him 131 yards on the night, and they're quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Yeomans will hand off to, no he doesn't. He keeps it himself and throws to Jagger Neves out of the backfield here. That's not going to go for much. 1 yard this time, and that'll go to about the 14.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the read Coach Christensen wanted out of that play, but if you're the San Juan offense here, you have to stay on the field. You cannot go 3 and out here.
So a big 3rd down here. 3rd and 3 for San Juan as Yeomans throws into the flat. Left side, and he gets tripped Palmer. Palmer with a run after catch will get out across the 30 to the 32-yard line and a big pickup for San Juan. That's an 18-yard pass for Bo Yeomans to Trip Palmer.
And exactly what you wanted out of this offense at that moment in time. Disastrous if you would have went 3 and out. So now you have a little room to breathe. You're up to your 32-yard line, so you can really open up your offense here.
Yeah, big 3rd down conversion for San Juan. I believe they're first of the night. I trust you to keep those stats for me. I know you struggle sometimes over there, Art.
False start there. San Juan with a false start. You just can't have those good plays and then shoot yourself in the foot and drive yourself back. You don't want to give up easy yards, and that's all that those kind of penalties are. They're just easy give-up yards that you don't want to give to the defense.
It makes it a 1st and 15 for San Juan back inside their own 30. Now at the 27-yard line. Yeomans will fake a pitch, tuck it up himself, goes right up the middle, ducks his head, and gets those 5 yards back from the penalty, but it will be a 2nd and 10. That's his first run of the game, according to my stats, which are completely unofficial. I've got him for 5 of 11 in the passing game tonight for 53 yards. And for Trip Palmer, that was just his 2nd catch so far tonight. He's got 26 yards receiving. Here's Yeomans throwing it deep left field, down the left sideline, and a good defensive effort here for number 3, Grady Anderson for Kanab as he knocks that pass away.
Yeah, he was in perfect position. Anderson probably could have caught that ball.
And that's intended for Randall Black. We haven't called his name yet this year. The junior was intended on that play.
Yeah, he was step for step, had the left hand on the hip. He was just perfect coverage. Couldn't have covered any better.
It does bring up a 3rd down and 10 for San Juan. Yeomans will look to pass again. This time finds Cole Duke on the far side, and it's going to be a quick 15-yard catch, but we do have a flag You got a lot better eyes than me. I still don't know it's in the backfield I see. So this may be coming back. And again, if so, this would be the second big mistake for San Juan on this drive. That would call off a 15-yard gain.
That's a big call right there for San Juan. It's a 10-yarder. It's going to get you, 3rd and 20 now, and it's just a momentum killer.
That's a 25-yard swing against San Juan here on this hold, and so back them up inside the 25 to the 22.5. Yikes. So now the Broncos do have a 3rd and 20. 14-7 lead for the hometown squad still. 6:36 to go in the opening half. As Yeomans drops back to pass again. Over the middle, complete. And they'll get it all back across midfield for a first down. That is a big gain for San Juan.
Great play call there from Coach Christian. Great read. They went empty set, so you've got all your receivers out in formation. You got 5 targets, which is a lot for defensive backs to contain and to read, and it's just a great seam pass.
Art, I'll have you help me maybe who made that catch. I didn't see. Cole Duke is going to make this catch and get about 3 yards for San Juan on a comeback pattern, but I didn't see who made that catch on that previous
play. I believe it was
play.
Cole the first time, too.
So there you go.
We're going to replay it right here.
So back-to-back catches for Duke, I believe.
Nope. It's going to be 13, so Brig Palmer.
Excuse me. So the 26-yard catch goes to Palmer.
And San Juan's empty set again here, so 5 receivers in formation.
2nd down and 7 after the 3-yard catch by Duke. And Yeomans will take it himself, almost Wildcat-ish. And he'll rumble ahead for a first down for San Juan. That is a pickup of 5, 10 yards almost. We're going to call it 9 on that run from the sophomore quarterback.
And you like to see it out of your sophomore quarterback. You like the play call because they've scouted Bo. He's not a big runner like we talked about. He's more of a pocket passer. So anytime you can get him to pick up yards with his feet, that's just huge.
He's going to try to pick it up with his arm this time, but he's going to intercepted at the 10-yard line. The second interception thrown in this game by Bo Yeomans. And it looks like he had a mix-up with the pattern for his receiver out there. So somebody miscued with each other, and that one is intercepted again after the Broncos were driving.
Yeah, he threw out, and the receiver, Cole Duke, ran a post pattern, and there's no one there other than the defender to catch that ball. If he throws that post, Cole Duke probably takes it for 6 because there's no one behind him.
So a tough break for Bo Yeomans and the San Juan offense as they give the ball back to Kanab with 5:31, and it looked like the Broncos had started to see some of that momentum back, Art, but now what does this do to momentum for this Kanab team? We'll see as they send a man in motion. And Verosco will work from under center this time. They'll try to hand off and bounce it to the outside. And indeed, Gubler does get to the outside, and he turns it up the sideline. He'll pick up somewhere near 10 yards on this carry. They're going to mark him a couple yards or a yard. Nope. Well, we got one guy thinking the chains are moving, and the line judge over there spotting him a yard shy. So it'll be 2nd down and 1.
And so close. Jagger Neves is so close to making that tackle around the 20 and just unable to close the deal. Luckily, Thomas Harden's there to come back and make sure he didn't pick up the first down.
So a big gain for Gubler that time on the handoff. Kanab in business with a 2nd down and 1, just shy of their own 30, following their second takeaway of the game. Verosco runs into a man in the backfield, now has to scramble as George McNaughton comes after him. He throws, I believe, complete right near the sticks. That's going to be a pickup of maybe 6 inches on a catch from Latimer Glover as he laid out for that one.
Yeah, it was a good play developed at the time, but the quarterback kind of stumbled and then throws it too far to the sideline. The receiver has to go down for it. He stumbles right here.
Well, credit that pressure from George McNaughton breathing down his neck back there. And that's that quarterback pressure we talk about, forcing that, it's a completion, but didn't get them what they wanted right there. So 3rd down and a half yard to go here for Kanab. Both teams looking for a big play. It's the QB sneak right behind center, and Verosco, I think, has gotten enough to move the chains.
And that's only because of forward progression, because George McNaughton spun him 360 around right there at the line. Just a little too late.
So 1st and 10 as Verosco gets it to the 30. New set of downs for this Cowboy offense. We're into the final 5 minutes of this first half. And Kanab trying to tie this thing here in the second quarter. Nart, this is eerily starting to look a lot like last week's game. As Verosco play action will roll out to his right. Has pressure, dumps it off complete. And it's going to go for 10-plus yards. A 15-yard catch by Latimer Glover that time will move the chains again.
Yeah, just a breakdown in coverage here. If you're watching the replay, we've got the defensive back comes up to cover, but you have a defensive end there, in a sense, in George McNaughton, covering the quarterback. So you'd like to see the DB stay home with the receiver because that's the more imminent threat than the quarterback.
That was like an option pass, a read option pass there and the option ended up being, instead of a pitch, the dump-off pass. Just a short catch on the play, but it was the run after that got him the extra yardage. This time, the Bronco defense pours into the Kanab backfield, and they'll drop Hayden Gubler for a loss of 5.
Great read by Stetson Black to get through there, and a good job holding on, corralling that Cowboy, and taking him to the turf.
And it's more like a 6-yard loss back to the 40. So make it 2nd down and 16 for Kanab with nearing 4 minutes to go in this first half. Broncos still hanging on to the 1-touchdown lead. Kanab is the last team to score.
If you're Coach Bauer and your defense here, you've got to dial something up to get pressure.
Verosco will work from the shotgun, fakes it to Gubler, rolls to his right, will throw back to the middle, complete. Latimer Glover again making the catch, and he weaves his way through the San Juan secondary here. He's going to get into San Juan territory, but will be dropped at the 46, it looks like. So that's a pickup of 8 yards, but it will be 3rd down and 2.
And the Kanab quarterback, he's just really good at keeping his eyes downfield. The receivers are really good at finding the space in the zone and just sitting in the open grass. And he's just doing pitch and catch right there. It's just that's what happens when you run a zone defense is people come in and out of your zone, and you're going to have space.
Maybe not what we expected tonight, but he's the first of these two quarterbacks to go over 100 yards passing. 103 with that completion, and Latimer Glover has really heated up in the receiving game here in this second quarter. As they go back to the ground here for Kanab, and it'll be Hayden Gubler getting about 3 yards, and that's going to be just enough to convert this 3rd down and move the chains deeper into San Juan territory.
Good tackle there by Remy Watcott, able to come up and make that tackle. I think it was Remy. Let me look here. Could have been Cash Palmer.
But in the meantime, it's Kanab putting together a decent drive right here, knocking time off the clock and steadily moving it down the field. And Art, this is, I'll say it again, just looking a lot like last week suddenly here in the second quarter for Kanab.
Yeah, that tackle, big Cash Palmer, and he's quick on his feet. He moves well side to side, and he's able to just close that gap, make that tackle. Unfortunately, 1st down, but it could have been a lot worse.
Again from the shotgun, Verosco, this time a quick pitch and catch on the slant, and kind of giving San Juan a taste of their own medicine to the tune of 13 yards here. That'll move it down to the 31, and another 1st down for this Kanab offense.
Again, just those little zone reads, and they're just capitalizing on them.
And boy, Latimer Glover has been catching everything thrown at him here in these last few plays. He's up to 61 yards receiving, and now Verosco 116 yards passing. He's 8 of 10 tonight.
Kanab content to go nice and easy, just, nickel and dime it down the field here and try to get it in before halftime.
And Verosco will drop back. His protection gives him plenty of time. Throws back to the far side, and that would have been an amazing catch for Gubler. He's upset at himself for not being able to pull that in, but, man, that would have been the old breadbasket catch. Looking back, I mean, it was coming straight over his head. It would have been a great catch, but they had him open out there, and they just couldn't connect.
Yeah, he got behind the defense there coming out of his back position. Luckily, they had their safety, San Juan, over the top, who might have made the tackle, pushed him out of bounds if he catches it, but fortunate for San Juan, that's a hard one to catch coming straight over you.
Yeah, if Verosco could have located that to his inside shoulder, I think it would have been trouble for San Juan that time. Little stutter step for Gubler right at the line of scrimmage. Gave him some space to get out to the outside. And the play actions are working for this Kanab offense right now against the San Juan D. But this time, they're going to flush Verosco out of the pocket and sack him for a loss of 5. It looks like they might give him forward progress at the 35, but it'll be the first sack of the game for San Juan and a 3rd down and 15.
And McNaughton there on the pressure sack, and San Juan calls a timeout here.
Wow, that's showing confidence in your defense for sure.
You've got to believe that they think they're going to get the ball back here, and they don't want to just run the clock out. And get off the field going with that 7-point halftime lead. They want the ball back, and that's been Coach Christensen. He's not changed no matter who the quarterback was on his team or what the team looked like. He's going to call it the way he wants to, and he's going to show his team, hey, I have faith in you. Get this stop so we can go score another touchdown before halftime. But it makes me sweat. Normally I sweat all the time, but this one really makes me sweat, Reds.
Yeah, Kanab on the move here late in the first half, down by just a touchdown. It's looking a lot like the game against Beaver last week, where San Juan controlled the first quarter, Beaver controlled the second, and it was 14-13 at halftime last week, and Kanab trying to make this a 14-all game here at the end of regulation in the first half, or at the end of the first half, excuse me.
And Coach Bowering did switch to a little man defense there. They did have a guy get behind them that they let run off, but that's because the quarterback was rolling to the left under heavy pressure.
Well, it is a third down. It looks like it was only a loss of 4. Third down and 14, we'll say, for Verosco and the Kanab Cowboys, as he will hand off late. And who gets this? That may be Latimer Glover, but it's not going to go for much. Maybe got those 4 yards back. San Juan tackles him inbounds. It was Glover on that carry. That's his first carry of the night.
And that was a great little pull and give. Try to go up the middle. Faked me out, and then Glover comes around the end with the ball, but Jagger is able to come down and corral it. Yeah, I thought number 4 had the ball there. It was a great read play by the quarterback. There have been a bunch of
good play actions in the backfield, and just the misdirection, the fake handoffs, the double handoffs, the movement of that wing tee in that crowded area right behind the center has been very effective tonight for this offense.
And we talk about it all the time when we play a wing tee team, but those quarterbacks have such good control of that football where they can put it deep in and then pull it out last second to pitch it or to give it on the reverse or the comeback. It's just, man, you've got to really have confidence in yourself. And I don't know how wing tee teams don't fumble the ball a lot because, man, I thought for sure that was a dive up the middle, and all of a sudden the ball's coming this way.
It is a bunch of tight end ball movement, that's for sure, a lot of times. And, yeah, you got to be 100% sure. And, of course, that's these guys' bread and butter. So this is one of those teams that runs the wing tee effectively. If you got a team that can't run it very well, it's not very exciting at all. But these guys make it look, make it look fun.
Is this a play action or is this a run?
And it could go to anybody. And this time Verosco will roll out left and throw. He throws short, incomplete. And so the Broncos get the stop. Now you can see why they were calling those timeouts. They will get the ball back at their own 30 as they force the turnover on downs.
And that play was there. They had positioning on San Juan. Number 1 was out there. The quarterback just couldn't get him the ball. It's really hard when you're rolling out and you can't set and plant, get your hips into your throw to make a good throw like that. And he just unable to do it. Body movement going to the left and just unable to get any heat on that ball.
So now we'll see what the Bronco offense can do with 1:43 left in this half.
Timeout, Kanab.
So the Cowboys will call one to discuss it defensively here. We're going to step aside as well with 1:43 to go in the first half. The Broncos have just gotten the ball back. They're up on Kanab, 14-7, trying to add to that lead here at the end of the first half. The Cowboys will get the ball to start the third quarter. We'll return to Blanding. It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
In career and technical education, your classroom is more than a place to learn. It's where your future begins. Here, you will learn real-world skills, explore your passions, and turn your talent into opportunity. Whether you are drawn to healthcare technology, trades, or design, CTE helps you take that next step with confidence, learn the skills, build your dream, and step into your career, starting today.
Back live to San Juan High School, Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live as we get back underway following this timeout. Broncos go to the ground, and Jagger Neves follows his blocker very well. I think that was Cash Palmer out ahead of him, and it's going to be a quick gain of 15 for the Broncos and a 1st and 10.
And exactly the play you got to call. Kanab is back in a deep cover 2 man defense, so you're going to run that ball.
And they'll pull some linemen this time. Jagger Neves goes right up behind them, and it's another quick 15-yard run again for the San Juan senior as they move it into Kanab territory. And 161 yards rushing now for Jagger Neves. The Broncos quickly back up to the line of scrimmage as we really get to see this hurry-up offense in full gear. Neves will take it again. Hurdles a man who is down, and no flags on the field. He can't hurdle a standing man, but it's back-to-back 15-yard runs for the San Juan senior.
Yeah, I don't think it was a hurdle. I think it was more of a step over.
The step over. I love it.
Yeah, you can't hurdle a tackler if he's upright, but when he's going to the ground, you're allowed to step over. But he just had good hurdle form.
And, man, 45 yards on 3 carries that time for Jagger Neves, and suddenly the Broncos in business here, knocking on the door of the Kanab red zone as they're down to the 26.
Well, and this is typical RPO offense here. Kanab's only putting 4 guys in the box. They got 3 down linemen, 1 Mike backer, everyone out in coverage because San Juan is spreading the field, and you're in a cover 2 deep man-to-man where you don't – so you're essentially taking 2 guys, taking them out of the run game. And if you're San Juan, that's exactly what you want with your offense because you got Jagger Neves back there that can get 10, 12 yards a carry. So why not just run the ball?
Well, we got a Kanab timeout here, their last of this first half. I think maybe this is a San Juan timeout.
No, it was a Kanab.
But it'll be 1st and 10 for San Juan at the Kanab 26. Neves will get the handoff again. Off right guard he goes, bounces it through the crease. And he's going to gain 10 yards, I think, on this play. No, excuse me. It'll be a pickup of 12, and yet again, another first down for the Broncos.
Yeah, and you just keep running. Kanab continues to run, and now they go 4 down with 2 in the box.
Neves will take the handoff, and this time, like you said, they adjust the defense, and they hold him for a short gain of 4, maybe 3.
Yeah, they had 6 in the box that time, 4 down linemen, 2 middle backers. And if you're Kanab, you've got to run that, or San Juan's just going to run roughshod over you.
192 yards rushing for Jagger Neves in this first half. He'll take it again, weaves his way through the middle. Flags fly as Neves tumbles into the end zone. It would be a touchdown, but I think it's going to come back.
Yeah, the way that flag's thrown, where it's thrown, you're looking at offensive holding.
And so you look at the penalties in this game, Art, and I know it's tough to keep track of everything, but there have been at least 3 penalties that stick out in my mind that have really hurt the Broncos here in this first half. And that one negates a touchdown.
Let's see. They may call it chop block. Oh, chop block on the defense. So
the touchdown may stand here.
Stands, yep. It'll stand.
So there you go. The touchdown will count. It's a Jagger Neves 12-yard touchdown run, his 3rd touchdown run of the game. So, boy, what a swing of events right there. We thought it might be coming off the board, but instead he goes over 200 yards rushing on that carry, up to 204 on the night with the 12-yard touchdown run. Again, 3 touchdown runs in this game for Jagger Neves, and that gives San Juan a 20-7 lead as Yeomans will hand off, and nothing doing in the backfield this time. As I didn't see who was it going to be. Trip Palmer going to carry that thing.
They tried that wide receiver.
On a 2-point try, yeah. Wide receiver handoff, kind of
come back across the formation.
Yeah. And no, it did not work. Boy, there was a man waiting almost to take that handoff for Kanab. Cannon Verasco on the stop on the 2-point try for San Juan. So it'll remain a 13-point lead, 20-7 for the Broncos, within a minute now left in this first half.
And I know that Kanab's coach over there saying, hey, we want clarification on that chop block over there. You typically don't see that on defensive line.
Right.
See it more on offensive.
Yeah. And we fully expected that touchdown to be coming back. So a break for San Juan as they executed the play cleanly and punched that one in. And 5 very impressive carries that time. And it was 6. 6 carries for Jagger Neves on that series. A 15-yarder, a 15-yarder, a 15-yarder, a 12-yarder, a 4-yarder, and a 12-yarder. And the Broncos answer very loudly. And after forcing the turnover on downs, march it down the field and get their 3rd touchdown of this game.
So we'll enforce that chop here on the kickoff. So this should be if
out the back of the end zone.
Young kid, who'd you say was punting? Randall Black?
Number 27, Danny Price.
Danny Price, the junior. So
it's 21.
It's 21. So it's Randall Black, the junior. So, yeah, he'll be able to put this out of the end zone if he gets a good little leg underneath it. And if you're Kanab right here, man, it couldn't have worked out worse for you to turn that over on 4th down and then let San Juan march all the way down. And I put that to the fact, you watch college football, you watch NFL, anytime a team tries to go prevent style defense, man, it never works out for you. Just play your defense. all you did was let them march down 10-12, like you said, the stats at a time. Play your defense. Why do you get out of character? Go play your defense and let them, if they score on your defensive set, let them score. But you go into a prevent style defense, you're bound to lose that drive, and it happens so much. I hate it.
Well, and you saw illustrated right there just the difference between these two offenses. San Juan much more explosive, and they showed it right there. This kick is actually going to be caught right inside the goal line, so it will be a touchback. As looking to advance that right there was Grady Anderson, but he catches it in the end zone barely, so that will make it a touchback, and Kanab will have it on their own 20. We'll see what they do here with 57 seconds left in this first half.
That's the other bad thing. If you're Kanab, you're out of timeouts. 56 seconds. You've got to throw the ball here if you want to score before halftime. Or do you just run the ball, let the clock expire, go in at halftime, regroup? You've seen some things you really like if you're Kanab. You see some things you need to do better. But you go in and you talk about it. You reassess some things. If I'm the defense, I'm like, man, let's not go prevent defense anymore against this offense.
Hey, Coach. Well, Kanab is going to be getting the ball to start the third quarter, so we'll see what they do here. They're going to make an honest effort at it. Throwing incomplete over here to the near side is Brogan Verosco, however. He was trying to connect with Hayden Gubler out of the backfield there, or maybe he had slipped over to that slot back position. But
and I'm not sure how many timeouts. I think San Juan only has one left.
One, yeah, would be.
So if I'm Kanab, I'm not going to help San Juan out here
Yeah.
by throwing incomplete passes. I may run the ball to run the clock, because if you leave Coach Christensen 10
Any
seconds
moment.
on that clock,
Yeah.
he'll go out and run plays, call that last time out, just score on you.
Yeah, that's right. Second down and 10 for Kanab.
No one's
following
covering
incompletion.
outside.
Yeah, they got a man wide open out there.
Now we go, we're covering with our safety.
And they'll hand off, and right up the middle here, or off right guard, I should say, goes Hayden Gubler. He'll wrestle his way ahead for 3, maybe 4 yards. I'm going to call it 3. And that gives him 93 yards on the evening, but it is a 3rd down and 7, a short 7 here for Kanab, and the clock is running down under half a minute to go, so they may get one more play off here, I
And
think.
that time it was Remy Watcott in there on that stop, I believe. Yep, right there.
Little shirt
and
tackle.
Almost goes water skiing.
Yeah.
But 27 didn't have enough horsepower to pull the big guy.
The big man. Well, they're going to wind it all the way down to 10 seconds to go here. They're going to use all the clock, and they'll make this the final play of the first half. Who knows? We may see a Hail Mary right here. Nope, they're going to keep it on the ground. Orozco hands off, and I'm not seeing, is that number 32? Haven't seen him carry the ball. They're going to tackle him inbounds, and that's going to do it. The time expired. Let's see who gets up from the pile here. Nope, that was Hayden Gubler. I don't know why I saw 32. 27, actually, was the number.
You saw 31 coming over to make the tackle.
Yeah, I guess so. 3-yard carry, 96 yards in that first half for the senior Hayden Gubler as he carries 12 times. But the Broncos score late and stretch the lead to 13, 20-7. After one half of play, we'll take a break. We'll return with some first half stats as we open the Friday Night Lights halftime show from Blanding. Stay with us on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
Monson's Quality Meat Processing in Blanding provides processing for both wild and domestic animals. They also carry USDA choice steaks, ground beef, and 14 unique flavors of handmade bratwurst. Monson specializes in friendly service, the highest quality products, and flexible timing, all at a competitive price. That's Monson's Quality Meat Processing at 885 East Pinion Ridge Road in Blanding. Call 435-459-1401 or find them on Facebook.
Desert Rivers Credit Union offers mortgages, low fees, and great rates for all credit scores. Enjoy local service and a nationwide ATM network. Desert Rivers Credit Union, for people, not profit.
Since 2009, Blue Mountain Hospital has set the standard for rural healthcare, bringing excellence in healing, quality care, and inspired staff to San Juan County. We offer the county's only accredited sleep center, compassionate labor and delivery, top-tier emergency care, and flexible dialysis options. At BMH, our comprehensive services are delivered by a passionate team. Visit bmhutah.org to learn more. We can't wait to meet you.
San Juan Public Health in Blanding offers vital records, immunizations, WIC, and health education. Protect your family's health with our services. Visit 735 South 200 West or call 43558733838.
Need insurance? Jeff Nielsen at San Juan Insurance in Blanding offers auto, home, life, and health coverage. With more than 25 years experience, call 435-678-3223 or visit 60 North Main Street today.
Holiday Construction is your one-stop source for gravel, concrete, excavation services, and custom hauling. We've proudly served San Juan County with quality and dedication for over 40 years. Call Holiday Construction today at 435-678-2028. We're proud supporters of high school sports and our community.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School. It is Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live. We've got these guys are the mini, what are they? Mini cheer out here for the San Juan Broncos, about to do a big show out there, man. These kids are stretching from the 30 to the 30 out here right now.
This is where, as a head coach, you love it because you're making a lot of gate off of this game, because you get all the people who sometimes don't come to the game at the game to watch the little mini cheer.
There you go. And meantime, in the game, it's a 20-7 lead for the hometown San Juan Broncos here at halftime over the Kanab Cowboys. Let's take a look at these first half stats as we welcome you to the Friday Night Lights halftime show. And I'll pause a moment, let you know that we're brought to you tonight in part by Crowley Construction. Dirt, roads, driveways, and more. For any job, big or small, call Crowley Construction. Dependable auto repair. Count on their team of ASE certified technicians for all your auto service. Diamond Designs, offering a wide variety of quality customized products. Flights Gymnastics, a proud supporter of local sports and a great start for your kids. Speaking of, I bet a lot of these kids who are out there right now are in Flights Gymnastics. Four Corners Regional Care Center, a skilled nursing and rehab facility in a caring setting. And Jones and DeMille Engineering, from infrastructure to quality of life, engineering the future of rural communities. So now we'll take a look at those first half stats. We'll start it off with the visiting Kanab Cowboys. In that first half, senior quarterback Brogan Verasco was 8 of 13 for 116 yards, 1 interception, no touchdowns in the passing game. He also carried the ball for 15 yards, and Kanab ended up with 125 yards unofficially of running in that first half. 1 touchdown, the 51-yarder from Hayden Gubler, as he got free for 1 big gain. He actually had a couple big gains in that first half. The very first time he touched the ball for 25 yards, and then that 51-yard touchdown run. And Gubler has 12 carries for 96 yards through the first 24 minutes of play. I got transported back to basketball suddenly, but Colton Blomquist with a 1 carry for 3 yards in that first half. Deegan Swap has 3 carries for 3 yards. Latimer Glover, 1 carry for 5 yards, but he did a lot of his damage through the air as he caught 6 Verasco passes for 61 yards. I sold a couple guys short. Hayden Gubler also had a 40-yard catch in that first half, and Deegan Swap had a 15-yard catch. The other running back so far in this game for Kanab, Grady Anderson, has 1 carry for 3 yards. And none of the wide receivers I have listed have caught a pass. It was all kids out of the backfield, and that's no surprise. If you're a running back for Kanab, you're also a receiver. It's a double threat for everybody in this wing T offense. So that's a look at Kanab's first half stats. We'll take a look at San Juan now, and the sophomore quarterback, Bo Yeomans, was 7 of 15 for 82 yards, again unofficially, and 2 interceptions in that first half, no touchdown passes. Jagger Neves was loud and proud in the first half, carrying the ball 15 times for 204 yards and 3 touchdown runs. That is all 3 touchdowns in that first half for San Juan. He also caught 2 Bo Yeomans passes for 11 yards. Yeomans had 14 yards rushing on 2 carries in that first half, so 220 total yards and 3 touchdowns. That counts. Stetson Black had 1 carry for 2 yards as well. In the receiving game, Trip Palmer, a couple catches for 26 yards. Brig Palmer, 1 catch for 26 yards. And Cole Duke had a couple catches for 19 yards. And so the Broncos looking to continue that offensive pressure in the second half, but they'll have to kick the ball away to Kanab to start out the third quarter. But the Broncos lead it 20-7 at halftime. And Art, I don't know, what are your thoughts on that first half?
Well, I think San Juan was also a lot better on their 3rd and 4th down conversions. They're almost at a 92%. I'm no math major, but I'm going to say 92%. But
I love it.
And so that's a huge stat. I know that it's not a big stat that's, promoted out there and you don't see it on the news, but if you can convert your 3rd and 4th downs, keep your offense on the field, that's going to result in scores. And that's what we've seen out of this offense tonight. They have had some turnovers, but we've seen that in the first couple of games. That's just going to be I think a reality this year with this offense to get the young sophomore more comfortable with the offense and to figure out his range, and that doesn't happen overnight. So good stat there. Also, their first downs, and obviously a lot of first downs came that last drive as Jagger was just plowing down the field.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do when they put 4 guys in the box? You're going to run the ball. And if it's me, as a defensive coordinator for Kanab, I probably would have just stayed with my base defense and made the young quarterback beat me with his arm through the air because he's made some mistakes tonight. You don't ever want to give an all-state style of player like Jagger Neves the whole field to do damage, and that's kind of what they did in that last drive. And kudos to Coach Christensen for using his timeouts, trusting his defense, getting off the field, putting his offense on, and then going to work. And we've seen that a lot throughout the years, Rhett, as we've sat up here in this booth and called these games, is how often does he do that, go out there, and it makes me uncomfortable because I'm more conservative in coaching. Because if you don't stop them, they score. You give them every opportunity, calling timeouts to dial up plays. But how many times have we seen him do that throughout the years? And he's gone down and scored in that drive to end the half.
Yeah,
we've seen it in state games and playoff games. I mean, it's just something that he just has it dialed in, man. He just knows exactly where he wants to be and what he wants to do, and the kids respond.
Well, the other thing right there is, if you mentioned it, if Kanab had gotten silly and somehow decided not to take that time off the clock right there at the end of the half and had to punt that ball away or turn it over on downs and there was any time left on the clock, you know that Coach Christensen's going to take a shot. So, yeah, but instead Kanab plays it smart there, I think, and they'll get the ball to start this third quarter, live to fight another day, down by just 2 scores here, minus an extra point, and we'll see if that extra point comes into play. But the Broncos looking to stave off back-to-back losses here at home. We'd have to really go back to see when they lost 2 in a row at home. So the Broncos, a huge touchdown in that second quarter to make it to where it didn't look a lot like it was last week. It was starting to look like it was going to be, but that touchdown by San Juan there late was huge.
Yeah, and I really like San Juan's defense, what Coach Bowering did there on that last drive, that stop right there before halftime, before they got the ball back, went and scored. They really tightened up. They really got a little more pressure in those gaps. And so with the wing tee, even though there's a lot of misdirection, it does take a half a second longer to get the ball to where it needs to go. So if you can blow through those gaps and get a yard, 2 yards in the backfield, you can be more disruptive and you can be there when that handoff happens. And we saw that a couple of times on that last drive and even on that last series where they just ran the clock out. And that's what you need to do on defense. The other thing that they really need to do is contain that outside. We've seen Kanab go outside quite a bit and pick up big chunks of yards. They got to figure out their assignments out there because there's been a couple of times they haven't. They've left a receiver open, uncovered, and they've got to just make sure that everyone knows their assignment. Now, I know as a player, you want to get up there and you want to make the big hit. You want to go help with the tackle. But at the end of the day, if your job is to coverage, it's better that you don't. It's better that you stay back and cover and let the other guys. It's trusting your team. And I don't know what Coach Chris Bowering's scheme is. Man alive.
The brain freeze. You're on camera for this one, so they got to see it happen.
I don't know what his exact scheme is, but I know that someone's got coverage out there, and there's a couple plays that 2 guys went for the runner and left the receiver wide open. Someone's got to be – there's someone that's assigned that guy, and they just got to do a better job at that. They're doing fine, and I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying what I see from up here in the booth, and obviously I'm not down on the field coaching, so take it for what it is. Don't get mad at me. I'm just telling you my opinion.
It's okay for us to be unbiased. It's okay for us to call it like it is.
So, and that's what I've seen. But I think you come back out, if you're Coach Bowering, you've got to do a better job on those outsides, containment, and not losing receivers in the process of coverage when you're running your zone scheme. They did a lot better when they were man, I thought, that right there at the end. But that's something you just got to do as a defensive coordinator. That's the gamble. It's a chess match. You got to – what are you going to do to stop them? How are you going to mix it up? Offensively, I liked how they came out with Jagger and ran the ball, little wildcat, threw the ball with him, threw a touchdown to Tripp. I like how that mixes because it makes the defense something they haven't seen on film, something they haven't prepared for, and it makes the defense work for their money.
Broncos back out on the field to warm up for this second half. We've got a few minutes left in the halftime period. 20-7 lead for the San Juan Broncos, but they'll be kicking it away to Kanab to start this second half. We'll take another break. We'll come back with some scores around the area and around the leagues here in the Four Corners area, the Red Rock 92 listening area. Stay with us. It is a halftime show on Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
With a changing economy and advancing technology, it's time that marketing and selling of real estate in San Juan County catches up. Four Corners Homes and Property Management is changing the game. Every Four Corners Homes listing includes 3D mapping and virtual tours, professional photos, a digital and global 21st century footprint, and marketing exposure that makes it easy for buyers to find and identify what makes your listing unique. Marketing and exposure sells real estate, and if you want the best, you need Four Corners Homes on your team. Find us at fourcornershomes.net or call 801-404-0058.
Hello, my name is Sam Arongwa. I am a professor at Utah State University here in Blanding campus. I am passionate about prevention. It is vital that we teach and help children and their families by teaching the importance of healthy brains, family time, school time, active time, and family culture. We are helping to protect against and lowering the risk of youth substance misuse and suicide. It takes a community to raise a child. Prevention is about building relationships. We can work together to strengthen one another and help keep San Juan County an amazing place to educate and raise strong families. I know that we can do this. Let's do this.
In the scope of a lifetime, 10 minutes may seem like no time at all. But when it comes to suicide, 10 minutes is often long enough to reconsider the decision to end one's own life. If you have a friend or family member who is struggling with suicide or depression, talk to them about temporarily storing their firearms away from their home, because even a 10-minute delay can make a lifetime of difference. Let's help end tragic firearm deaths in Utah.
Ready to own a home across Utah or Colorado? The Britt Barton team at Primary Residential Mortgage, with over 30 years experience, delivers custom loans, great rates, and friendly advice. Sit with Britt and begin your journey today. Primary Residential Mortgage Incorporated is an equal housing lender, MLS number 3094.
Pain or injury sidelining you? Precision Rehab restores you and your loved ones back to peak performance with physical therapy in Monticello, Blanding, Montezuma Creek, and Monument Valley. Covered by most insurances. Call 43567-83869 or visit precisionrehabutah.com.
Planning a weekend project? Red Zay's Hardware in Blanding has paint, tools, grills, and yard supplies from top brands like Craftsman and Weber. Visit us for great deals and expert advice.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School. It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live. As we get set for the second half, we're going to try to real quickly pass along some scores. Art, I don't know if you've got something for us. I've got a few as well, but start with you.
Some 2A schools. Summit Academy's getting beat by Timpanogos. Of course, Timpanogos a higher classification. Gunnison Valley beating Grand 33-0. Duchesne beating Providence Hall 28-0. Emory's losing to Beaver 28-7. South Summit, a team that many think is the contention for the 2A down here with San Juan. They're losing to Juab, the 3A school, 29-7. And then you have Judge Memorial and Juan Diego. Juan Diego winning that one easily, 42-0. And then the Battle of the Sevier Valley, some South Sevier beating North Sevier 27-0.
Well, we've got one final football-wise in our area. Dolores beating Justice 48-16 in their opening game of the season. That was played at Walsenburg High School. We've got some halftime scores or second quarter scores. Monument Valley in their first game of the year struggling against Utah Military Academy Hillfield, down 32-0. Whitehorse is trailing Utah Military Academy Camp Williams Whitehorse is leading Utah Military Academy Camp Williams. Raiders 20-6. And that game listed in the second half, or second quarter, I'm guessing, That's a halftime score.
You've got Penguich and Monticello, who's not on your.
Yeah, I don't have any update. I don't know if you've got that.
Monticello leading Penguich. Penguich, a first-year team.
Right.
I think they had like 15, 16 kids on their roster.
Everybody's out to beat them this year since they whip up on everybody in all the other sports. So.
Monticello beating them 35-8 right now.
Yeah, well, that's obviously expected. First-year program, and San Juan kicks it off. We're underway here in the second half here at our game at San Juan High School in Blanding, with the Broncos leading the Kanab Cowboys 20-7. Kanab will return this across the 25 to the 27-yard line. A nice run again by Grady Anderson. He's been their main man in the kick return game. I've got some finals on the volleyball court tonight. Green River suffering a 3-1 loss to Altamont. The Green River baseball team losing 10-0 at Bryce Valley today. I think that's all I have as far as finals go there. And there's a lot of other activities, a lot of other games on the football field tonight among our listening area teams, and we've also got lots of volleyball as well tonight all over the place. So we've updated you on what we had, and now we're back to action here at San Juan High School as Kanab has it 1st and 10 from their own 27. As Verosco will hand off on 1st down, and this is going to go backwards as Hayden Gubler carries, but they're going to lose about 3 on that run.
Yeah, Jagger Neves out there to make the tackle. From the 27 to number 27. I thought you were going to get that one for sure.
I couldn't hardly see what was going on. That was kind of a crowd over there. It's always a crowd in the wing tee, so tough to see exactly what's going on, but sometimes. But a big drive here if you're Kanab, Art, because down 2 scores again, I think you'd want to punch something in on this possession right here early in this second half.
Yeah, it's definitely, you don't want to go out and punt, but you've got to get something going here, and you're going backwards on the first play.
Second down and long for Kanab as Verosco will roll out. He has pressure, and he throws incomplete. That was in and out of the hands of Latimer Glover, who's been real strong for Kanab in that first half, but the incompletion brings up a 3rd and 13.
And the young Brig Palmer, the sophomore, out there to break that up for San Juan. Great coverage by Brig, and gets right in there. Doesn't come in too early, times it perfectly, and breaks up that pass.
I like an incomplete pass on my stat sheet, Art. I just got to draw one little line and forget about it. Everything else is difficult for my brain. I got to add yardage and other stuff like that. It makes it tough. 3rd down and 13. We like to add yardage when it's the Bronco offense working. But here is Verosco being flushed out of the pocket again. He's running as hard as he can. It's a little bitty backyard football as he signals to one of his receivers. He's going to get caught up to by the San Juan D, who think they forced a fumble. The referee clearly signals that Verosco was down, but it is a pickup of 12 yards on the run.
That's the second time San Juan has been in a situation where they think they've got the fumble, and the official calls it down by contact down. Same official, too, just he switched sidelines now.
Yeah.
So it's the same official making the same call.
That was
times. The San Juan has thought they've had that fumble.
That was a 3rd down third down effort as Verosco was carrying that like a loaf of bread.
And that one was right in front of our replay.
And you're
so
going to say he was down. We
Yep.
can confirm it. But a big 4th down now. It looks like they're going to try a short punt here from Verosco. No, he's going to throw it out incomplete. And that's a huge mistake for Kanab here early in this second half, as the incompletion will result in a turnover on downs. And the Broncos, who obviously don't need any help, are going to have it in Kanab territory.
Some people say that's a gutsy play call from Coach Kornberg. Some people will say, what were you thinking? But you know what? If it works,
it's a
genius.
great call.
It didn't, and so now you give San Juan a short field to work with, and that's the ups and downs of being aggressive.
And so now the Kanab defense faces a lot of pressure here. They need a stop right here to avoid going down by 3 touchdowns in this one. And we're only 1:45 into this 3rd quarter as Jagger Neves takes the handoff on 1st down for the Broncos and rumbles off left tackle 5 yards down inside or down around the 25-yard line. So a quick 5-yard run for the San Juan senior as he picks up where he left off. And he's got 209 total on the night now after that little scamper. Actually, it looks like it's closer to a 6-yard run. Now Yeomans is going to throw to the end zone, and it's complete. Touchdown to Trip Palmer, and the Broncos strike from 26 yards out.
And that was a beautiful pass, a beautiful route.
Yes, it was.
Trip got a good 2-3 yards behind the defender, and that's just an easy pass to make for the young quarterback. Trip just gets good space, right in the breadbasket.
And going back to the second quarter, that's his first pass attempt since the second interception he threw on the night. And what a better way to bounce back with a 26-yard touchdown pass from Bo Yeomans to Trip Palmer. That is Palmer's second touchdown catch of the season and the second touchdown pass of the year for Bo Yeomans. And now the Broncos will go for 2, but again, the Kanab Cowboys stop them. So the Broncos have had struggles in the PAT department tonight, but they're hoping it's not going to come into play later on in this game.
Yeah, not sure if that was a broken play or of a designed quarterback draw, as Yeomans looks like he's going to throw it out to the right and then brings it back down and tries to run it here. I think it was just a pass. There was no pass there, and Yeomans just took it and run, which is exactly what you want your quarterback to do. See if he can make something out of nothing.
Well, it only took the Broncos 2 plays to score again, and they're up 26-7 now, 9:46 to go in this third quarter, or maybe I should say only 2 minutes and 14 seconds into the third quarter as the Broncos get set to kick it away from their own 40 following their 4th touchdown of the night now. And Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live is brought to you in part tonight by Napa Motor Parts. Get everything you need in Blanding and Monticello. Peterson Medical, providing high-quality home health care to Utah residents for over 50 years. San Juan Pharmacy, serving San Juan County and supporting local teams for decades as the Broncos do kick it away. And now that's not Anderson on the return this time, and the Broncos are going to stop him shy of the 30. Looks like that may have been number 7 on the return, Colton Blomquist. And they do get out right where they were before, right to the 27-yard line. So 1st and 10 again for Kanab. And now if you're the Broncos, you're looking to take a stranglehold on this game.
Yeah, and if I'm Kanab, I'm looking to just get my offense back in sync, run my offense like I was running it the second quarter, and just see what good things can happen. If you're San Juan, keep putting pressure on them, keep getting in those gaps. Coach Barron, just do what you've been doing because you've been being successful here on defense this second and third quarter.
Yeah, they did a great job getting to the quarterback on that last series. We'll see what they do here. Kanab goes right back to the ground, and the Bronco defense does a good job clogging up that line of scrimmage, and not much for the Kanab running back, who I would assume was Gubler, but maybe not. Let's see a number 1 coming out of the pile. Really tough to see who carries on that play. 2nd and 8 after a 2-yard gain. And let's see, it is going to be Gubler. I can see the handoff in the backfield. Thanks, StreamUtah.Live, for a couple of nice replays.
Trey Bradford with a great hip tackle there.
So here's Verasco throwing over the middle on a quick slant and in and out of the hands of the intended receiver out of the backfield, Deegan Swap. The junior can't pull it in, and completion brings up a 3rd down and 8.
That's one of those you hate to see those as a parent, your kid coming across the middle like that, little short, quick slant. Man, you catch that, you get lit up by Thomas Harden coming right there. Oh, I would rather miss that catch too if it was me.
Well, Verasco was 8 of 10 in the second quarter, but that's now 6 straight incompletions for the senior quarterback going back to that point. So he's dropped to 8 of 16 on the night. He'll throw again. Man is wide open, and it's going to be caught by Gubler on the far side out of the backfield again. Hayden Gubler with a huge catch for the Kanab Cowboys. They move into San Juan territory.
Yeah, just got the defender turned around and lost him in space. And then he just makes a great catch and a great pass, and Jagger Neves from his safety position able to run him out of bounds.
I believe that's a 30-yard play, so 2 catches, 70 yards for Hayden Gubler, and that's the first completion in 7 tries for Verasco, as we said. So he moves to 9 of 17 for 146 yards on the night with that one. And Kanab's in business at the San Juan 44. 1st and 10. As they move those 2 guys from right to left. Once again, they've been doing that all night. Now they'll send a man back this way in motion. And Verasco uses him as a blocker in the backfield, signals downfield to a receiver, lobs it up. It'll fall short and incomplete, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10. So they tried a little backyard ball again, and they did not connect.
Here's the hardest thing as a defensive coach, to try to get your guys that are in coverage out there, because a lot of these guys are covering from the line of scrimmage on those wings or those slot backs, even the tight end. They're covering right up close, so you don't have the benefit to get that 5, 8, 10 yards of vision of what's going on. And if you get caught peeking in the backfield, that's where guys get behind you, and then the quarterback sees he's open for some of those longer plays. And it's hard to teach a kid, hey, don't peek in the background. This is your guy. You got to follow him because you want to get in there and make the tackle.
On a diving effort, that catch was almost made, but now what a run right up the middle for Kanab, and this is, I believe, number 21.
Yep.
And I don't have him on my list, so this is a new name coming in. Cannon Verasco. He was the man who made that tackle, stopping a San Juan 2-point try. So Cannon Verasco, whom I'm assuming is the brother of the quarterback. And let's see, he's listed as a junior, so yeah, that would be my guess, unless they're cousins somehow. But that was a 13-yard run, I believe, right there for the junior. And that moves the chains again for Kanab. So 8 minutes to go in this third quarter. They're going to hand to Verasco again. And a late flag here as he goes for 8 yards, and we'll see what the call is. It's right where Verasco was tackled. And that's a couple hard runs for the junior.
They called a face mask.
So, wow, this will tack on yardage and move the chains again. It's an 8-yard run for Verasco. And the penalty will move him deeper into San Juan territory.
Off that replay, I'm not sure who gets the face mask penalty there because he actually trips over his own guy.
Wow.
So, interesting.
Well, that moves the ball down to the San Juan 12. And again, we're just under 8 minutes to go in this third quarter, so still a lot of time left in this game. And Brogan Verasco will bring him to the line of scrimmage. A lot of guys in motion, back and forth again for Kanab. He'll hand off.
27.
And it's back to Hayden Gubler on the carry, and maybe 4 yards. Inside, right to the San Juan 9, inside the 10. As they're knocking on the door here. I mean, that's a pickup of 4 on that play. So 99 yards rushing now for the Kanab senior. And this offense doesn't move near as fast as the San Juan offense. We can actually catch our breath and look at that ball sitting on the turf for a few seconds here.
Yeah, but they might not move as fast, but they're being very effective this drive.
Verasco will continue working under center. Exactly 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Kanab trying to answer a San Juan TD here. And a burst right up the middle here for 3 yards. And I guess it's Verasco again carrying. So a quick 3 will make it a 3rd down and 3 for Kanab.
You get Trey Bradford and Thomas Harden both on the stop there for the Broncos. And you've got to stop, hit them at the line and drive them back. Can't continue to let them just chew up yards here and the clock.
And this ball is down inside the 4 or 5 yard line to the 4 here. So that was actually, I think, a 5-yard carry for Verasco. And so it'll be 3rd down and a long 2. They could move the chains here without getting a touchdown. Verasco avoids a tackle in the backfield, throws complete late, and now weaving his way down to the 1 yard line was the receiver who came out of the backfield. I'll have to see a replay to check who that was.
27.
So it's Gubler. Wow, what a weapon he is, and he bounced off a would-be tackler, and he's going to give Kanab a 1st and goal.
Yeah, him and Jagger knees ping-pong off each other. Wow, just what a hit, too. Holy cow. Both those two are going to feel that in the morning.
And that's a 3-yard completion to Gubler. That's his first catch under 30 yards today. Tonight, I should say. And Kanab now 4 shots at it here. Trying to punch one in and make this a 3-touchdown game again. Make this a 2-touchdown game again. And they just go right up the gut into a wad of players. They apparently did not make it across the goal line, but a hard carry right up the middle gets them a few inches closer.
21 on the carry, Rhett.
Thank you. Verasco again. Boy, they've been going with this kid here in the third quarter.
It looks like they're about a foot from that goal line.
And so I'm guessing they're going to try to punch it right up the middle again, but we'll see. It looks like Gubler's back in as the running back. Verasco will be working from under center's got two guys in the backfield. Lattimore Glover and Hayden Gubler. Gubler will take the handoff on a counter, and he weaves his way through the San Juan defensive personnel, basically untouched into the end zone for the second Cowboys touchdown of the night, and the second for Hayden Gubler, as this time he goes in from 1 yard out on his 16th carry of the night. And Kanab has answered San Juan, exactly 100 yards rushing now for Gubler on that one. And that makes it 26-13, so Kanab's not out of this thing yet as they score their first touchdown of the second half. And will now add the extra point on a nice kick from number 8, Caleb Warner. And so that makes it 26-14. Kanab back to within 12 points in this thing with 4:56 to go in the third quarter. San Juan leads here in Blanding. We'll step aside and return to San Juan High School. It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
In 1957, Lyle and Clea Johnson founded Lyle Northern Electric. What began as a small business in their family home has grown into the prominent local company it is today, a third-generation owned and operated company. Lyle Northern Electric is honored to have served the people of San Juan County for the past 65 years and is a proud supporter of high school sports.
With over half a century of combined experience, Countywide Realty has guided more deals than any other local team. From farms and ranches to homes and land, no one knows San Juan County like Countywide Realty.
Buying, selling, or refinancing. Trust Anderson Oliver Title Insurance Agency, Southeastern Utah's only locally owned title company, serving San Juan and Grand counties for over 25 years. Visit us today.
Welcome back to San Juan High School in Blanding. It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live as we get a kick return for San Juan back to near their own 30-yard line by Trip Palmer. Kanab has just scored to trim San Juan's lead to 12 points, 26-14. 4:49 left in this third quarter as the Broncos take over from their own 30 here. And Bo Yeomans will work from the shotgun, throws quick to the near side, and unable to pull that in is Trip Palmer as he was falling backward to pass a little bit behind him. I think that was the design on the play, but maybe a little bit too low on the delivery. So the incompletion makes it 2nd and 10 from the San Juan 30. Stetson Black and Jagger Neves both in the backfield with Yeoman, so it's almost like a wishbone formation here.
False start.
Another penalty on San Juan is going to mark him back 5. Clock is stopped with 4s wild on the board. It's 4:44 remaining in this third quarter. Kanab has a 4 on their side of the scoreboard with their score of 14. As Yeomans will work from shotgun again. Those two running backs in the backfield with him. Yeomans will air it out left side for Trip Palmer. And a little bit out of his reach. Incomplete, out of bounds. And that will bring up a 3rd down and 15 now.
Yeah, I'd like to see this replay. I don't even think that if he catches it, he comes down with that in bounds, does he? Yeah, that ball
had to have a circus catch, but yeah, it sailed on him a little bit again. So a big 3rd down here and 15 to go for San Juan. Ball marked back to their own 25 on that penalty, so they need to get to the 40. Clock is stopped with 4:39 to go in the third. Empty set for Yeomans. He'll throw over the middle for Brick Palmer, who got pushed a little bit or pushed himself trying to get distance, and that fell at his feet, incomplete. He was unable to get to the ball, and so that will be a 4th and 15 for San Juan.
Yeah, I think that was the read from the whole time as Yeomans never looked him off. That was his
holding called on San Juan.
We had a hold on San Juan on the play, but Kanab's going to decline that in the thought to force a punt here, but that's not a guarantee with San Juan.
They wanted to go down the seam the whole time on that play, it looked like.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. As Yeomans will punt it away from that quarterback position, so Nobody ready to return for Kanab, and that ball's going to stop and bounce back the Kanab direction right at midfield. So the Cowboys will have decent field position and a little bit of momentum. They score and now stop San Juan on defense, so Kanab will take over right at midfield. The Broncos forced to punt it away for the first time tonight. And we'll see what Kanab can do starting at their own 48.
If you're Kanab, this is right where you want to be. If you're San Juan, you have got to tighten up on defense. You cannot let them run roughshod over you right here and score a touchdown and put this game even closer. This is a huge, to me, this could be the turning point early in the third quarter, but could be a turning point if Kanab goes down and scores here.
Yeah, I'd say if they do, they could pull to within 5 with the way they've been succeeding on the extra points. They're going to go right back to Verasco. The quarterback's brother, Cannon Verasco, gets maybe a hard-fought yard off right tackle.
I like what we've seen out of him so far. He's come in now and hard-nosed running downhill, not afraid to lower the shoulder and take a hit. He's had some pretty good runs.
Yeah, he made that tackle in the second quarter. It was the first time we called his name to stop San Juan from getting 2. And they've given him the opportunity to carry the rock here in the second half.
You know, that's what happens in these type of games. You come in, you maybe not be right on the number 1 or 2, or maybe you are the 2, but you can make a name for yourself in a game like this.
Well, his brother Brogan is going to roll out to his left, pump fake, gets to the sideline, throws downfield. Man is wide open. Makes the catch at the San Juan 30, and that will move the chains. That's a 26-yard pass.
Yeah, just got lost in the coverage back there, and quarterback able to avoid the rush, able to make a pretty pass.
First catch of the night for Grady Anderson, the sophomore. And Kanab is in business at the San Juan 30. That's right where the Broncos had the ball.
And the quarterback here for Kanab is he's made a lot of plays just scrambling around a lot tonight.
Throwing late, guys getting open. I don't know how designed that is, but they obviously helped their QB out. And now Hayden Gubler's going to break a couple tackles. Down inside the 10 he goes, and he goes all the way to the end zone and scores a Kanab touchdown on a hard 30-yard run. And several Broncos unable to bring him down, and that makes it 26-20 as Kanab strikes quickly. And back-to-back touchdown runs for the Cowboys senior, Hayden Gubler. Wow, not what I expected to see there as the Bronco defense unable to bring him down. He's got 130 yards on the night after that run. And Kanab has succeeded on all their PATs so far tonight, all 2 of them, I guess. And this is a big one right here that would pull them to within 5 points. Low snap, and it's going to be blocked. And so they do not succeed. It remains a 6-point game. But wow, what a quick strike from the Kanab Cowboys as they make it 26-20 with still 3:06 left in this third quarter. Yikes.
Yeah, Kanab scored at 4:56, and then they just scored at 3:06. So, I mean, you're looking at 2 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
Just kind of we talked about the worst you could do for San Juan is to let them go score 2 quick touchdowns.
Yeah.
Especially with an offense that's built to take 8 minutes off the clock. You let them do it in 2 minutes, 2 touchdowns, and now you're only up by 6, and you have to go drive down the field and get a score if you're San Juan. Mark it to that last drive. We talked about it at the start of it. That could be the turning point. If San Juan ends up losing this game, to go back to that drive for the turning point for Kanab.
Yeah, you had a bunch of swings in the game last week, none bigger than that 12-second period when Beaver scored on their own punt, then forced a fumble to San Juan and ultimately scored the winning touchdown on their ensuing drive. And right here you get a swing moment when Kanab scores back-to-back touchdowns in this third quarter that we might look back on. But the Broncos have got to gather it up here. Kanab with the momentum on the San Juan High School football field. They'll kick it back away here with 3:06 left in the third quarter. Jagger Neves picks it up off the turf. Fakes the handoff on the reverse and now has one man to get around. He sidesteps him but goes out of bounds in the process. Decent return. I know Jagger wanted to run that one the distance, but San Juan will have good field position starting right at their own 31. This is right where they had the ball last, Art, and were unable to get a drive going, and so we'll see what they can do here.
That was a beautiful wall set up by the Broncos. We're going to get another flag on the sidelines over there. See if it's another sideline warning. But a beautiful wall set up, just one guy to beat and unable to get it.
So the Bronco offense will go to work here, and San Juan needs to try to find a way to wrestle this momentum back. And we're going to have a sideline warning on Kanab. How many warnings do you get in a game?
That's the second one, so he's going to get it'll be a
penalty.
penalty here.
It is actually a penalty. Wow.
Oh,
so
did they call unsportsmanlike?
I guess
thought they
so.
called sideline warning. I just saw him wave his arms.
Yeah, it was a sideline indication
Maybe
for sure.
something else.
So. Wow, so a mistake by the Kanab sideline over there gives San Juan a first down at their own 45 instead of 35. Or 30, excuse me. And now Jagger Neves takes the rock, busts it right up the middle, and now has two guys to outrun. He'll go the distance for a San Juan touchdown as the Broncos strike from 55 yards and answer immediately.
And no flags, so that's going to stand. What a run. But I tell you, I go back to Coach Christensen's preseason, your first interview with him, where he said, sometimes we look like a state caliber team, sometimes we look like a JV squad. It's like right there, man. Everything fell, the line blocked perfect. Great read, great run, great cut.
Well, in this case, it's hand it to your star player, and you get the blocking that you need, and he ran angrily on that one, and he's up to 264 yards on the night, 4 rushing touchdowns for Neves in this one now. But again, the Broncos cannot succeed on the PAT, and so it will remain 32-20. And a part of the game that was pretty steady last year has struggled this season. And, at this point, obviously kind of behind the sticks on the PATs, going for 2 every time, and you just haven't gotten what you need on these plays.
Was that a 2? I didn't see
I'm not
that.
sure. We'll see the replay here.
It was,
Yeah, they were trying for 2 right from the start. We just kind of looked up and saw the mess in the backfield. Oh, yeah, Jagger fumbled the ball. So
just dropped
we had missed that, and so that did not go. And so the Broncos fail again on the PAT, but it is a 12-point lead again, so a somewhat 2-touchdown lead, but not a whole lot of time off the clock right there as they answer immediately. So 2:48 still remaining in this third quarter as we get into a bit of a shootout here between these two teams.
It gives you a little breathing room if you're the Broncos here.
Again.
You would like not to let Kanab go down and score again and make it close, but a little bit of breathing room, and you just got to do enough to get the W.
And the Broncos will kick it away. Kanab has a chance to return, and they do get it out around the 30-yard line to the 31 on a nice run back. This from number 0, Camden Cartwright. The first time I've called his name. He's a senior. So a lot of different faces in and out for these two teams as the Kanab offense will head back out here, down by 12 points as the teams trade touchdowns here in this third quarter. So a 1st and 10 from the 31 for the Cowboys as Brogan Verasco will bring him to the line of scrimmage here. They take their time calling the play here. They may run out of time here.
Well, they may run out of the down clock, but the clock stops. So you want to get the right play if you're Kanab, and you want to run your offense here calm and collected.
They take the time sending these guys in motion, moving all around the formation, get them set. Verasco will hand off, and now he's going to get it pitched back to him. That was interesting, completely interesting.
That was a reverse option pitch.
And now a late flag here.
Wow.
Was 76 carrying the ball right there?
No, so they hand it off over here.
It's tough to
this
see.
up back,
Okay,
and
yeah,
then he hands
off
to
to,
and then he does the option pitch to the
Amazing.
quarterback.
I don't even know how to score that.
A great play. It's just
a
pitch,
4-yard run for the quarterback, I think, ultimately.
Great little play call, but San Juan was not faked out of it at all. You got number 5 out there, Trip Palmer, who.
And after it's all said and done, it may not count anyway.
Yeah, we're going to see what the call here is. Obviously against Kanab.
Yeah, so it's not going to count. So now that I've marked up my sheet, I have to scratch
unsportsmanlike.
Wow, so that's a major penalty.
Yep.
This will be a loss of down, I believe.
So you get an unsportsmanlike. You mark it back 15.
Wowzer. So this is a big mistake for Kanab at this stage of the game after going down by 2 touchdowns again. It looks like it's about 2nd and 20, so I don't know if that – so they may have given him the yardage on the run and then mark it off from there.
I think it's
after the play
it's a
it was.
spot foul.
Yeah,
I don't know. Well, Jess might update us.
I think it was after the play. So
we're not rule aficionados up here. We get some things right.
We're not rule aficionados. I love it. And they're going to pitch it back to the quarterback again. This time he's going to throw it deep and well out of the reach of the intended receiver on the far sideline. And the man was Ozzie Williams, who was intended, but that did not work. Incompletion will bring up 3rd down and 20.
And the Broncos in great coverage there. You had Brig Palmer back there, Trip Palmer, and Cole Duke all in coverage on that play. So good coverage. Way not to come up and bite on that fake.
And we're getting the word that after that play, one of my favorite names on this roster, Cooper Swindlehurst, spiked that ball after the whistle.
that
so that was the personal
right
foul. So thanks to the StreamUtah.Live crew for passing along that info. And Kanab has a 3rd down and 20 here deep in their own territory following that penalty and an incomplete pass. So Verosco fakes it up the middle, hands to the man headed to the outside. I believe that's Hayden Gubler. San Juan with a big open field stop here. He does get about 5 yards on the carry, but that will bring up a 4th down and long.
Another little counter.
Yep. And so they do a good job stopping Gubler that time. He gashed him for a 30-yard touchdown last time he touched the ball. So 4th and we'll say 14 now. So that was actually probably a pickup of 6 for the senior. And the Broncos looking for a stop on 4th down. Kanab not indicating they're going to punt it here, but
he usually punts.
Yeah,
from
he's
this.
going to step back and punt. And so that's a wise decision, I think, by Kanab, and that will flip the field a little bit. Kanab doesn't get the roll they wanted. It's going to stop dead at the San Juan 34. So that's better situation than the Kanab defense was in. They'll give the ball back to San Juan, but it's not a turnover. It's a punt, and the Broncos will take over with 1:22 left in the 3rd quarter at their own 34-yard line. The Broncos have scored the most recent touchdown, and Art have wrestled a little bit of this momentum back in this game here.
Yeah, let's see what they do on this drive. They've got to be successful here in my mind to widen the gap here, because you've seen Kanab, even though they're not built for scoring quick, they have.
They've been staying in the game. So here's Bo Yeomans throwing to Cole Duke, complete over the far side, and he almost broke it. A shoelace tackle over there by Ozzie Williams saves what could have been a touchdown. It's a 15-yard catch for Cole Duke, excuse me.
Yeah, that one little hand out there kind of gets him right on the ankle, or he's off to the races, and he knows it too.
And Yeomans this time will hand off. And wow, Stetson Black hits the hole hard and rumbles ahead for 10 yards for San Juan into Kanab territory. 1st and 10 for the Broncos on a nice carry.
And Stetson shake a little wobbly coming up. He's going to have to come off. But that play right there was a result of effective downhill blocking on the 2 pullers on that offensive line. They opened that hole up big.
Yeah, Black paid for that one. We'll see if we see him come in again. Yeomans throws over the middle, incomplete in traffic, intended for Brig Nielsen there. And the incompletion will make it 2nd down and 10.
Brig Palmer.
Sorry, Brig Palmer. I don't know what I'm saying.
Nielsen, that's a name we haven't heard for a
Yeah,
while
you know,
passing.
What am I saying there?
Baylor. Was Baylor and Nielsen?
Yeah, I think so, yep. 2nd down and 10 for the Broncos from the Kanab 41 following the incompletion. Here's Yeomans, fakes the pitch, tucks it up off left tackle. He's drugged down by his jersey, but he does pick up 8 yards on a nice run.
Yeah, number 76 for Kanab got a handful of jersey on the shoulder pad, and he was not letting go. If he would have, Bo picks up the 1st down here.
Braden Johnson on the stop for Kanab. 3rd down and short for San Juan. They give it to their big man, Jagger Neves. He breaks free for another touchdown. It's his 5th rushing touchdown of the night. He goes in from the Kanab 33, a 33-yard rushing touchdown for Jagger Neves. And the Broncos get a little bit of distance with that one as they make it 38-20 now.
And we got a Bronco down now, cramping. Yep, the case of the cramps.
That is 297 yards rushing unofficially for the San Juan senior. Back-to-back touches, back-to-back touchdowns.
And it's Jagger that's cramping.
Oh, there you go. So they're going to need to doctor him up. I guess he won't be playing on this PAT. We do have a timeout with 25 and a half seconds left as we see the replay of that touchdown on StreamUtah.Live as Jagger Neves again just busted right up the middle. Kanab doesn't have the personnel deep to stop him. And I think in celebration, he develops a cramp in the leg.
You had a nice seal-out block by, I believe, Palmer down there, Cash, and then you had a great downfield block by Trey Bradford, just sticking with it. And that's what opens up that. When you have great blocking up front, you have great running.
There you go.
That's just
you gotta have that blocking.
So even though we call the running back's name and he gets the highlights and the stats and the touchdowns, man, he don't get those big 5 hog mollies up front. And that time,
that's right.
Perfection.
Well, it's an 18-point lead for San Juan, 25.5 seconds to go here in the third quarter. We've got an injury timeout. We'll step aside and return to San Juan High School in Blanding. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
At Energy Fuels, creating opportunities and participating in the local community is important to us. Thanks to our dedicated employees, we're safely producing critical materials that support cleaner energy sources and a better planet for future generations. Knowing that the youth of today will make great contributions tomorrow, Energy Fuels is a proud supporter of high school athletics within our communities.
Blue Mountain Foods, Monticello's hometown grocer, offers fresh meat, deli, bakery, and curbside pickup. Check BlueMountainFoods.com for weekly specials. Open 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. at 64 West Center Street.
Canyonlands Tire and Blanding offers top quality tires, auto repairs, and fast service. Stop by for all your tire needs. Your local tire experts at Canyonlands Tire.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School in Blanding. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live as they pull Jagger Neves off the field. He's dying with a leg cramp over here. At least we hope that's all it is. He was jumping in a celebratory fashion the last time we saw him, and San Juan is unable to punch it in to the end zone. I didn't see, was Bo Yeomans on the carry that time?
He was
just the quarterback
so close, Red, if you watch the replay here on StreamUtah.Live. So close, nice read here to pull it and then get up. Had the blockers. Man, unfortunately, last
linebacker
minute,
stepped in to make the stop right there. That was a big stop from Ozzie Williams for Kanab. But so the lead remains 18 for San Juan. 25.5 seconds to go in this third quarter. Broncos lead 38-20 over the Kanab Cowboys. In a game the Broncos have led from the start, but Kanab has not let them get too much distance until right now. The Broncos finally up by 18 points again, but with the failed extra points, that's kept Kanab closer than they should be in this one. I think that's 4 extra points that San Juan has missed out on, so it could be a 22-point lead in this thing. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live, brought to you in part tonight by Westcott Motors, San Juan County's source for quality, affordable vehicles, westcott-motors.com. And Bradford Tire at the center of it all at 39 East Center in Blanding as the Broncos kick it away. Nice action from the San Juan Pep Band here on that kick. That's some beautiful trombone action as the Cowboys get a good return out across their own 30 to the 35-yard line. Or right across the 35 to the 36. So I'd say, Art, it's getting close to this is it if you're Kanab as far as needing some points on this possession.
See, and I wasn't going to say nothing because every time I do, it jinxes it and something bad happens. So I was keeping my mouth shut here.
Yeah. 1st and 10 for the Cowboys. They do mark them at the 35-yard line. And Brogan Verosco brings them to the line of scrimmage. The senior quarterback working from under center. He'll hand off to his brother, who rumbles ahead for 7 yards off left tackle across the 40 to the 43.
And that was something that we rarely see out of this offense, is just a direct handoff to the running back and no misdirection, no counter, no trap, nothing, just running back go off left side. And usually there's multiple fakes or multiple handoffs within the formation, and that time just give it to 21 and let him run the ball.
Time expires on the third quarter. 38-20 lead for San Juan. Kanab has the football. They'll have a 2nd down and 3 when we start the fourth quarter. Come back with us to the San Juan High School football field in Blanding. It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
At Red Mechanical, we believe strong communities start with strong support, and that includes cheering on our local high school athletes. We've proudly served the Four Corners with dependable HVAC and plumbing solutions, keeping homes and businesses comfortable season after season, from the field to your front door. we're here for you. Red Mechanical, proud supporters of high school sports and our local communities.
San Juan Building Supply in Blanding has lumber, tools, and building materials for any project. Enjoy quality products and expert advice. Call 435-678-2000 or come in and see us at 1050 South Main Street.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School as we start the fourth quarter. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live. Kanab with a 2nd and 3 as Brogan Verosco drops back to pass. He's flushed out but still completes the pass. And this will go for 3.5 yards and will move the chains across the Cowboy 45 to the 46.
Forward progress.
I'm going to say it's a 5-yard pass. Let's see who makes this catch. If you can help me out with that. I missed it. It'll be 11.
Yep.
So that is Latimer Glover who makes his first catch in the second half. He was loud in the first half, and now they go on the ground here, I think, unless this was a throw. We got a flag on the play.
Hand off to number 27. We got a flag. It's going to be a holding over there on that side as the lineman, defensive lineman was in there and had a hold of him on the replay to see who that was, but he gets held and brought down right here.
So that's the second time a Bronco defender, at least that we've seen, has been tackled instead of blocked tonight. So that was a decent gain of about 8 is going to come back on Kanab.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Bronco it was there. Hard to see the number on the replay, but yeah, he would had him in his clutches, and if that offensive lineman wouldn't have drug him to the ground, he would have been tackled behind the lines. At the end of the day, you wish your offensive lineman would just give up that tackle, and then you're only back 4 or 5 yards versus 10 here.
So 1st and 20 for Kanab as they push themselves back inside their own 40 to the 36. Quarterback play action in the backfield. Verosco throws complete over the middle, and they're going to get a lot of this yardage back all the way back to the sticks on a 20-yard catch. And really it was the run after the catch by Hayden Gubler that was the most impressive.
Man, tackling has been just
crushing
in some of these big plays for San Juan. They've had them where they want them. They've had them in their clutches, but they're unable to bring them down, to wrap them up, and just that extra effort by the Kanab Cowboys in some of these plays is what's moving the chains.
And I've got Verosco for exactly 200 yards passing in this game now, as he will work from under center and hand off again to Hayden Gubler, who stops and reverses field, and he will rumble ahead for 7 hard-earned yards.
And that was a stop. And he turned on a dime because he got to that end, and Stetson Black had set the end there, and he just had to cut back in, and on Stetson, he takes some punishment, and he's down on the field right there as he gets lit up on that play. But he does a great job of turning exactly what you want your outside guy to do, turn it back in.
It looked like he had an awkwardness with his ankle or with his leg, unfortunately.
Well, he came off earlier limping with an ankle or high ankle sprain type of thing, and so I wonder if it's the same, but they're looking, it looks like at his knees. And then, when you get stopped and you get your foot planted and then you get a side hit, it's just awkward. Your body's not meant to move that way, and you don't bend that way. And not just us old guys, but young guys too.
Yeah. Well, Stetson Black is down on the field injured for San Juan. We wish him well. 10:48 to go in this game now, with the Broncos leading the Kanab Cowboys 38-20. We'll step aside and hear from some of our sponsors while we wait for this timeout to come to a conclusion. It is Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
Lee Collision Repair and Restoration in Blanding offers top-quality auto body and glass services. Visit us on North Grayson Parkway or call Jackson at 435-485-0069 today.
San Juan Credit Union. Your money, your future, your credit union. We have branches available in Blanding, Monticello, and Bluff. Come on down and see us.
San Juan County Adult Education empowers adults with technical, business, and college skills to join the workforce. Earn a high school diploma or GED. Visit a USU Learning Center or email gina.grover@sjsd.org to learn more. For over 75 years, San Juan Health has offered top medical care in Blanding, Monticello, and Spanish Valley. Visit sanjuanhealth.org for our services. San Juan Health, chasing perfection since 1947.
Welcome back to San Juan High School in Blanding. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live as they help Stetson Black off to the sideline, and he looks to be in bad shape. And so we'll keep an eye to see if he comes back in this game. A couple Broncos have gone down. Meanwhile, second down and short for Kanab as Verosco rolls to his right, throws complete on the far sideline. And again, a missed tackle for San Juan allows for extra yardage. That's going to go from the 37 all the way down inside the 20. So that's an 18-yard catch over on the far side. Let's take a look at that replay and see if I can figure out who caught that ball.
And the Bronco that came in to replace Stetson, Jace Razor, makes the stop.
I don't know if we're going to see it here. He's so small over on the far sideline.
Number 1.
Oh, nice zoom in there. So that's, I've got that. That's Ozzie Williams' first catch. And then I think Kanab goes on the ground here on first down. And it was number 4 carrying Deegan Swap. Picks up 4 quick yards for Kanab. First time he's carried the ball since the first quarter. And a second down and 6 for Kanab as they are marching here in the San Juan red zone. Right on the 15, I think, or somewhere close. Maybe the 16-yard line, getting tough to tell exactly where they are. It looks like I can see better on the StreamUtah feed than I can on the actual field. They're going to hand to Cannon Verosco here, and he'll pick up a quick 3.
Verosco picks up 3, stop by number 24, Razor.
And Jace Razor on the stop for San Juan, but it is a third down and 2.5 for Kanab here. They need to get to the San Juan 9 to move the chains, but they are marching here. This is a big drive for both of these teams. For Kanab to stay in it, they need to score on this possession as they'll go on the ground again. I didn't see the ball carrier on this one.
27.
It'll be Hayden Gubler with his 20th carry of the night and no gain on this play. So
no, you had Big Cash Palmer grab onto that leg and just hold on. Wasn't letting go.
That's a big stop for San Juan. Now they look to stop. Oh, they gave him a first down. So I guess it was a gain. They got a couple yards, and now Gubler will bounce it to the outside. Inside the 5 to the goal line. Is it a touchdown? It is. He stretches the ball across the goal line. So I misspoke. I thought that was going to be a turnover on downs. Are you kidding me? So he got a couple yards, enough to move the chains. I guess we'd have to say at least 3. 146, and then he rumbles in from 8 yards out for his 4th rushing touchdown of the night. So he's keeping pace with Jagger Neves.
He's a workhorse. They've got a lot of guys that have gotten involved, but when they get down to the inside that red zone or close to it, man, he has a nose for that goal line, and they just give him the ball.
That's incredible. The 4th rushing touchdown for Hayden Gubler tonight has amounted for all their touchdowns. And so you talk about the ground game between these two teams, and it's been loudly Jagger Neves for San Juan, Hayden Gubler for Kanab. Gubler's going to fight his way for extra yardage here on a second effort on a 2-point try. I think the San Juan Broncos are going to stop him a few inches shy of the goal line here. What a stop. And Kanab still thinking they got in.
No good.
But it is no good, so it will remain 38-26. A 12-point lead, and you alluded to an onside kick earlier in the game. I'm going to guess we might see it right here with just 9:12 left in this game, but we'll see.
Well, I think they haven't kicked it deep the last couple of times, and that could be either because they want to keep the ball away from Neves, or maybe they're setting that up. As coaches, you're always looking, down the play sheet a little bit here. You're looking, okay, if we get in this situation, what are we going to need? So how are we going to set that up? And good coaches set stuff up a quarter in advance sometimes, and I wouldn't be surprised either, Red, if we see an onside kick. They haven't tried to kick it deep the last 2 times. So let's see if they try to pooch kick this one right behind that first line and try to outrun the big guys to the ball.
Wow, it's shaping up. Depends on what happens here in the next few minutes, how this game goes. The Broncos now have had their lead trimmed to under 2 touchdowns again, or actually right at 2 touchdowns, I guess, minus extra points. So Kanab has just been staying in this thing all night, Art, just kind of arm's length and not letting San Juan get to a 4-touchdown lead, or it's been crazy how this team is not geared for explosive offense, but And they're going to actually kick it away here, kind of a mid-level kick, like you said, but it's caught. And now Trip Palmer reverses field, and he's not able to bounce it to the outside. Pretty good kick coverage on the far side there by some Kanab players staying at home, and so they don't let Trip head down the field. It'll be out around the 27, it looks like, on the return for the Broncos. So that's where they'll start first and 10, 28 maybe.
The good news is Jagger Neves is back in there.
So they must have rubbed out that calf, man, and someone's been out there rubbing his calf since he went out probably. And here's Bo Yeomans handing off to Jagger Neves. Jagger almost got away, but Latimer Glover with a great open field tackle drops him for a 2-yard loss.
You're telling me he just reached out there and swiped it, the thigh pad of Neves, and he was able to get him down as we got another Bronco cramping up.
Yeah, I tell you.
But, yeah, what a tackle in the backfield. You don't see that very often on Neves, getting tackled by one guy, especially a guy where he's made a cut and he reaches out and just able to grab the thigh pad.
So that was Neves' first touch since the back-to-back touchdown runs. So 295 yards rushing for the senior. We've got another injury on the field here, so with 8:52 to go, the clock is stopped. 38-26 lead now for San Juan over the Kanab Cowboys. And we'll step aside. We'll return to the San Juan High School football field. It is Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
Utah Navajo Health System is a series of community health centers providing medical, dental, and behavioral health care to Utah Navajo. With operations in Blanding, Montezuma Creek, Monument Valley, Navajo Mountain, and Monticello, UNHS offers a remarkable variety of services to our patients throughout San Juan County and the northern portion of Navajo Nation.
Need fast internet in San Juan County? Emory Telcom delivers blazing fast fiber with no contracts and free installation. Power your home with reliable connectivity. Visit emorytelcom.com for details today.
Get the resources and quality of a big school education and the support of a smaller school at Utah State Blanding. Explore over 70 degree and certificate programs to find your perfect fit and experience personalized learning with small class sizes and dedicated faculty while getting the classic college experience. A Utah State education is affordable too, thanks to competitive tuition and tons of scholarship opportunities. Visit blanding.usu.edu to learn more about becoming an Aggie in Blanding.
In career and technical education, your classroom is more than a place to learn. It's where your future begins. Here, you'll gain real-world skills and turn your talent into opportunity. Learn the skills, build your dream, and step into your career starting today.
Monson's Quality Meat Processing and Blanding provides processing for both wild and domestic animals. They also carry USDA choice steaks, ground beef, and 14 unique flavors of handmade bratwurst. Monson specializes in friendly service, the highest quality products, and flexible timing, all at a competitive price. That's Monson's Quality Meat Processing at 885 East Pinion Ridge Road in Blanding. Call 435-459-1401 or find them on Facebook.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School in Blanding, the site of our Friday Night Lights matchup tonight. The San Juan Broncos leading Kanab 38-26. Second down and 12 for the Broncos as Bo Yeomans fumbled the snap, tried to make a move before he secured that ball and has to fall on that. And the Broncos avoid a major turnover right there that would have allowed Kanab to possibly score back-to-back touchdowns. Yikes. And a third down and long for the Broncos here after they lose about 4 yards on that play.
Yeah, he just tried to run off the ball before he secured it right in his hands. Good snap.
And so Yeomans will try again. A big third down here and long for the Broncos. And Yeomans will air it out left side. Has Trip Palmer, who cannot pull it in. I thought he was going to make an amazing catch at midfield. But the incompletion will bring up a fourth down. And now I think if you're the Broncos, you have to punt right here so deep in your own territory. But you never know.
You would think tradition, tells you to punt here. But we'll see where Yeomans lines up. If he lines up a little bit behind.
It's fourth down and I think about 16. Snap was a little to his right, but he secures it and does get a good punt away. And this will take a San Juan bounce, so that helps San Juan out. as that will roll down inside the Kanab 25 to the 24. So that flips the field, gives the San Juan D a little breathing room here, up by just 12 points. Kanab scored last, and they've still got 8:05 to work with here, but they need a couple scores to tie this thing up. Broncos looking for a big stop right here as Kanab starts from their own 24.
If you're San Juan, you're Coach Barron, you're okay with them taking a long drive here, you know, giving up some third downs. You'd like to get 3 and out, but you're okay if this takes 6 minutes off the clock because you're still up in the score, and you don't want them to score quick here.
Brogan Verosco from the shotgun will hand off, and the Broncos get into the backfield and stop Hayden Gubler for a 4-yard loss. That's a big play defensively on first down.
Thomas Harden and George McNaughton.
So Hayden Gubler goes 4 yards in a rear. Down to 150 yards on the night with that loss. Most importantly, the clock continues to run. And it's down to 7.5 now to go in this game. The Broncos up by 12, and a huge hit by Trip Palmer as the ball arrived to the intended receiver, Ozzie Williams, but they're going to call him for a pass interference.
No, I think you're going to get defenseless receiver here.
Wow, big hit by Trip Palmer. That's a football hit.
Yeah, and they just don't allow it anymore.
So Palmer put the shoulder into him, and they're going to call.
Oh, they've got a kid that he went off and he's down over there. They need the EMTs.
And now what is Kanab is calling for
the kid. The kid went off the field and he just collapsed.
Oh my goodness. So all right. Well, we've got an injury on the field again after a big hit from Trip Palmer, and the paramedics are coming out onto the field. So we are going to step aside as well. Again, it's the San Juan Broncos leading the Kanab Cowboys 38-26, 7:29 left in the game now with an injury timeout. Stay with us. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
Desert Rivers Credit Union offers mortgages, low fees, and great rates for all credit scores. Enjoy local service and a nationwide ATM network. Desert Rivers Credit Union, for people, not profit.
Since 2009, Blue Mountain Hospital has set the standard for rural healthcare, bringing excellence in healing, quality care, and inspired staff to San Juan County. We offer the county's only accredited sleep center, compassionate labor and delivery, top-tier emergency care, and flexible dialysis options. At BMH, our comprehensive services are delivered by a passionate team. Visit bmhutah.org to learn more. We can't wait to meet you.
San Juan Public Health in Blanding offers vital records, immunizations, WIC, and health education. Protect your family's health with our services. Visit 735 South 200 West or call 43558733838.
Need insurance? Jeff Nielsen at San Juan Insurance in Blanding offers auto, home, life, and health coverage. With more than 25 years experience, call 435-678-3223 or visit 60 North Main Street today.
Holiday Construction is your one-stop source for gravel, concrete, excavation services, and custom hauling. We've proudly served San Juan County with quality and dedication for over 40 years. Call Holiday Construction today at 435-678-2028. We're proud supporters of high school sports and our community.
With a changing economy and advancing technology, it's time that marketing and selling of real estate in San Juan County catches up. Four Corners Homes and Property Management is changing the game. Every Four Corners Homes listing includes 3D mapping and virtual tours, professional photos, a digital and global 21st century footprint, and marketing exposure that makes it easy for buyers to find and identify what makes your listing unique. Marketing and exposure sells real estate, and if you want the best, you need Four Corners Homes on your team. Find us at fourcornershomes.net or call 801-404-0058.
Welcome back to San Juan High School. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live. Got an injured man on the far side for the Kanab Cowboys. He was a defenseless receiver, was hit by Trip Palmer. In years past, it would have been a clean hit, but they're cracking down on the rules as far as defenseless receiver goes. You got got a couple looks at it here on StreamUtah.Live, but Ozzie Williams, the man who is down for Kanab, EMT's on the scene dealing with him. Wanted to come back and let you know the scenario. 7:29 left in the game here. San Juan leading Kanab 38-26. We're going to get a chance to see that play again on StreamUtah.Live as Ozzie Williams hit by Trip Palmer. Again, in years past would have been a clean hit. He gets up, goes off to the sideline before collapsing, and so that is why he's being attended to over on the far side. A lot of personnel over there will obviously update you as that goes on, but Friday Night Lights tonight on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live, brought to you in part tonight by Colleen Kays, author of The 7 Dynamos of Organizational Power, Creative Floors, covering all of San Juan County's carpet and flooring needs, Crowley Construction, dirt, roads, driveways, and more for any job, big or small. Call Crowley Construction. Dependable Auto Repair, count on their team of ASE certified technicians for all your auto service. Diamond Designs, offering a wide variety of quality customized products. Flights Gymnastics, a proud supporter of local sports and a great start for your kids. And Four Corners Regional Care Center, a skilled nursing and rehab facility in a caring setting. Ambulance on the far side, going to be taking care of Ozzie Williams. We'll update you when we get an update. Again, we'll step aside. It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
Men can take a hit. We can tough it out. We're told to suck it up a lot more than we're asked to talk it out. But the truth is, the only way to tackle what's up here is by talking it out. To simply say what we're feeling. With friends, family, or the Utah Crisis Hotline. Put this number in your contacts right now. And if you're ever wondering if you have someone to talk to, you do. 24/7.
Play something. Hang on. I'll do this.
Hello, my name is David Palmer, and I am the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Blanding.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Stubbs. As a recently elected San Juan County Commissioner,
We are so excited to collaborate with SJC-PAC Coalition and San Juan Counseling to bring parents-empowered messaging to our beautiful Wellness Center pool area.
Parents Empowered is a Utah campaign designed to help parents understand the power they have in reducing the risk of underage drinking.
Survey data tells us that youth perception of risk in San Juan County in all grades went from 83.6% in 2019 to 68.3% in 2021. This means our kids don't understand the damage that alcohol and other drugs can cause on their developing brains.
Did you know that Utah teens reported that parental disapproval is the #1 reason they choose not to drink?
Never assume your children know what your rules, expectations, and attitudes are. Write them down and discuss them with your kids so they understand the reasons behind them.
Bonding is essential to preventing underage drinking. Children are less likely to drink when the parents are involved in their lives and when children and the parents feel close to one another.
Together, we can help build a stronger San Juan County.
Let's do this!
Ready to own a home in Utah or Colorado? The Britt Barton team at Primary Residential Mortgage, with over 30 years experience, crafts personalized loans with top rates and expert support. Buying, refinancing, or building your dream home? We've got you covered. Sit with Britt and begin your home ownership adventure. Visit our local pros for all your mortgage lending needs. Primary Residential Mortgage Incorporated is an equal housing lender, MLS number 3094.
Pain or injury sidelining you? Precision Rehab restores you and your loved ones back to peak performance with physical therapy in Monticello, Blanding, Montezuma Creek, and Monument Valley. Covered by most insurances. Call 43567-83869 or visit precisionrehabutah.com.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School in Blanding, Utah. It's Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live. We are stopped for what has become an ambulance injury here on the San Juan High School football field with 7:29 to go in this game, a 38-26 lead for the hometown Broncos. But the most important situation right now is the condition of Ozzie Williams, the senior for Kanab High School, as he was hit by Trip Palmer. Palmer separated him from the football. When the ball arrived there, it was he's going to be called for a penalty for that hit simply because of rule changes in these last couple years that don't allow for defenders to hit defenseless receivers. And so it wasn't that he led with the head or anything malicious. It just was a defenseless receiver. And Williams carried himself off the side to the sideline before he collapsed again and is now about to be put into an ambulance on the far sideline. And so that's where we stand here right now. This is the second time in my coverage of San Juan football that we've seen an ambulance event at one of these games. And so our thoughts and prayers are with Ozzie Williams right now in the hopes that he can recover and that this injury won't end up being too severe, mainly precautionary on the far side, but we don't know. And I don't know that we'll have any way of getting any kind of update until after the game, but there have been multiple prayer sessions over on the far side for the Kanab Cowboys at this point. So, again, our thoughts and prayers with Ozzie Williams as he suffered an injury here that will require him to be taken to the hospital. The fact that they're not heading out in a massive hurry right now, to me, would be a good indication. But they are taking some time to get him into the hospital over there. I know he's been put on a board and strapped down to that. So hopefully it is largely precautionary, but he was injured here, and we're not sure the extent of the injury. Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live is brought to you tonight in part by Jones & DeMille Engineering. From infrastructure to quality of life, engineering the future of rural communities. Also tonight, Napa Motor Parts. Get everything you need in Blanding and Monticello. Peterson Medical, providing high-quality home health care to Utah residents for over 50 years. San Juan Pharmacy, serving San Juan County and supporting local teams for decades. Also tonight, Westcott Motors, San Juan County's source for quality, affordable vehicles, westcott-motors.com. And again, a huge thanks to all the sponsors tonight making the broadcast possible. We couldn't do it without you. And we'll continue, as time allows, hearing from our sponsors, and we will thank you one final time in the close tonight as well, as you guys make it possible to do these broadcasts. And it looks like we're about set to continue. There may be an additional warm-up stretching period here. I'm not sure. I think they're going to stretch. Teams are going to circle up and stretch back out again here. I believe this is going to be a second down. And, well, we'll have to wait until they set the sticks again. But we might have to consult a replay to know. But the Kanab players are all back on their own side of midfield, getting in their warm-up circle that is the traditional arrangement to start the second half. So everybody just stretching back out again, getting limber, as we've had quite a bit of time off due to this injury here. As we are past now 9:30 in the evening, so quite a bit of a delay here on this game. But 7:29 left in the game. Kanab is driving with the football, down by 12 points. So this is a huge possession for both teams that likely, Art, will end up possibly deciding this game tonight.
Well, and it could. And to go back to this, just you feel bad, obviously, for the young man and his family. His mother's over there and his dad. I've seen them both over there, and a lot of emotions going through all of them. But you also feel bad for Tripp because there was no ill intent. He's just playing hard football out there, and you hate to be the one that puts a kid in an ambulance, and you hope that he goes down, he gets checked out, and everything's fine, he's okay, and he's back to practice in a week. But that's the hardest thing for any player, is to go out there and do your job and play hard football, and then to be, put somebody in the ambulance. And you feel bad for Tripp because nicest kid you'll ever meet, and I know there's no ill intent, just playing hard football.
Yeah. Well, and I forgot, they will mark the penalty off, so this is going to be a 1st and 10 for Kanab at their own 36. It looks like is where they'll be spotted, unless they, yeah, that's the penalty yardage marked off. So That is the current situation. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 36 for Kanab as we get set to get back underway.
All of our chain gangs over there helping at the ambulance. So even though the officials and the players are ready, we still need a chain gang.
Right. So the EMTs and other personnel being thanked via the PA here for their quick response and solid efforts over on the far side. That's always scary when you see players indicating with that kind of urgency that paramedics are needed. And I didn't catch it until I looked up and saw that happening already. So always a scary circumstance. We do hope that Ozzie Williams will be okay. Again, that he'll be back to action next week, but obviously done for the night here. Ambulance still has not left the facility, so now it begins its rollout. So to me, that's a good indication that they're not rushing out of here with lights and siren. So,
well, you want to be overly precautious.
Right.
There's no reason not to be. You want to make sure that young man, everything's okay with him. You want to take your time, getting him on the backboard if you can, and just quality job there by our local EMTs or, local people who are in the stands, most of them.
Yeah.
That are over there. That there's a couple that are on the ambulance, but most of the people over there or just in the stands at that play and rush over there to see what they can do to help.
So we get.
They're going to have to drive across the field.
Yeah, they're
here.
going to have to find a different exit. They don't have a way to get out over on the far side.
They're going to have to come right in front of us, I'm assuming, unless they can get out that gate over there. They just got to get it straight on. So
right, they got to widen that turn. So they're coming through the far corner of the end zone to get that ambulance out of the facility. They're going to open up that gate on the far side.
And as a player now, you just got to get your mind right here. You're Kanab guys, you're worried about your teammate, San Juan. You're worried about him as well. You're worried about your teammate who made the hit, and you just want to get the game going. You want, you want to get focused back in, and we'll just see how this plays out here on this first down.
So Kanab has the football at their own 36 after the penalty. 1st and 10, 7:29 remaining in the game. And Verasco, just like that, will step back to pass, throws right side, incomplete as a couple players came together over on the far side just fighting for that ball. It was really uncatchable. And Jagger Neves on defense back deep for San Juan. The incompletion makes it 2nd and 10.
Yeah, both players playing the ball there. That's a 50-50. Good defense there by
Nieves.
Neves, whatever.
It's fun. He enjoys. He enjoys being. That's a moniker, obviously, and it provides a lot of confusion around the state, and I think he appreciates that. So, 2nd and 10 for Kanab as Brogan Verasco will work from under center. Oh, I thought it was fumbled, but it was a double handoff, and the reverse is going to work this time. Man, what a big hit over here as Cole Duke gets run over in an extra couple yards for the ultimate running back, who that time was number 7. And that's Colton Blomquist, just his 2nd carry of the night, goes for 15 yards. Wow, that was a strong run, a big hit right there at the end of it to finish it off. They're right at midfield with a new set of downs. Clock is running just over 7 minutes to go. Little slow developing in the backfield that time, but another double handoff. And the ultimate ball carrier this time is number 3. He's on the back side of my sheet. Give me a second. Grady Anderson, the sophomore, carries for 3.
Kanab going quick. That's the first time I've seen the quarterback bobble the ball on the snap for
Kanab. And that's impressive all night. And again, Kanab has had a great game tonight, just like Beaver did last week. And this time Verasco rolls out, runs out of room on the far side now, just airs it out downfield, has a man, and it goes right through the hands of the intended receiver. Somehow the San Juan defender, I believe it's Cole Duke, did not locate that ball on its way. And that nearly was caught inside the San Juan 5.
Yeah, could have been a tremendous play for Kanab and falls incomplete. But wow, yeah, he was.
And
right through his hands.
I dare say should have been caught.
Yeah,
should have been a big play. So the incompletion makes it 3rd and 7 for Kanab. That's a big break for the Bronco D right there. And a huge 3rd down now for both teams, but it's obvious 4-down territory for the Cowboys here with 6:38 left in this ball game, down by 12. They bring it to the line of scrimmage. Brogan Verasco working from under center. And he will play action. Steps back to pass. The Bronco defense flushes him out of the pocket. He guns it downfield and has another man down the sideline. Is that pulled in bounds?
Wide open.
It is to the 20. He was uncovered, and I'll have to see the replay to see who makes that 30-yard catch.
I believe it was number 6, maybe.
Man, as different guys keep touching the ball for Kanab, we'll have to see him get up. And still don't see a number there. Tough to tell who made that catch, but Kanab is going on first down at the San Juan 20, and a nice tackle in the backfield for the Broncos. That Nash Young is not playing, so that may be George McNaughton.
It was.
Loss of a yard on the play. I didn't see who carried that time. Got to put a number somewhere, I guess. -1 yards as Kanab goes right to the ground on second down, getting to the outside and being slung down, and this is going to be a penalty, I think, on Trip Palmer, maybe a horse collar here.
That same play they've run a couple of times now. They're just that reverse counter trap coming back the other way with the lead blocker, and they've done it twice now on this drive. And, yeah, that's a horse collar tackle.
I think it was a loss of yardage by Cannon Verosco, and then now a 10-yard run. So net 9 yards, and he's got 47 in the second half. I thought, well, they haven't marked anything off. This is going to be a 1st and goal, I'm assuming. This should be a 1st and goal inside the San Juan 5. So it was a 10-yard run for Verosco, and then a half the distance penalty here.
No, it's good. 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2.
Interesting. All right, 3rd and 1. That's bizarre. I thought the penalty, so I guess half the distance doesn't give him a first down, but battling his way toward the end zone and being stopped right near the goal line or right at the 1 is Verosco again. So a gain of 2 yards, and he gets a 1st and goal this time. Wow. So the Cowboys knocking on the door now as Verosco will hand off on a counter, and
he kept it himself.
Wow, he kept it, and he goes in to the end zone, touchdown. I don't see a signal from the near judge yet, but he did go in, I believe. So it's a touchdown for Kanab. Boy, that was confusing. I didn't even see where the ball went with the excellent fakes that Brogan Verosco has been giving you. Oh, he kept it and went to the outside and went in untouched. I was watching the guy going up the middle. So Brogan Verosco with his first touchdown carry of the night, a 1-yarder. And that's a big 1 yard for Kanab. If they can succeed on this PAT, this will be a 5-point game, but they cannot. The kick is short and wide right. So it's 38-32, but my goodness, the Kanab Cowboys have stayed right in this thing and find themselves within just 6 points, 1 touchdown. Without an extra point would tie this. And, Art, I'm certain we're going to see an onside kick this time, but we didn't last time. So.
Holy cow, what a emotional game it is, obviously. But to go down and get a drive after a long break, teammate goes out, and that's just an emotional drive right there. They wanted that. And San Juan did some good things, but, man, just like you said, just a lot of inner working behind the line of scrimmage there when you're going right and then you counter coming back on the double handoff with the lead blocker. Just a lot to do there for the San Juan defense, and you just lose the ball. You get caught up in the garbage, and then you can't make a tackle, and they just do what they've been doing all night here, just misdirection.
I tell you, Kanab's drives have been a little bit slower, more methodical, and the Broncos have been quicker, quick strikes, but it just seems to be evident when each of these teams is going to be able to complete a drive tonight, hasn't it been? It just seems like you feel when the team is going to be able to complete a drive, and that time Kanab would not be stopped even after the lengthy delay and just marched it down the field. And now a great kick coverage tackle here will pin San Juan inside their own 25. But now the game comes down to this. What kind of drive can you put together if you're the San Juan offense right here to try to close this thing out?
See, if you're San Juan, if you can get a quick score and it's open, I'm all for it. But man, this would be a great time to do a long 5-minute, 30-second drive down the field and just pick up first downs, make Kanab start burning some timeouts here. And I don't know if you saw that return there, Randall Black's back there returning, and he double clutched that football because he did not want to fumble that and turn that ball over.
Well, the San Juan Broncos deep in their own territory as they go to the ground on first down. And Jagger Neves with a short gain. 2 yards, that's the way you start using the clock, like you said, Art.
Yeah, you want to pick up 3-4 yards of carry here, average 4 to pick up your first down and just keep the chains moving. But you like it to be able to get positive yards and to keep the clock running.
So 2nd down and 8. And, it's rare to not see the Broncos go hurry up, but maybe for the first time in 4 years, we see them right here not going hurry up. Using that clock right now, using all the play clock that they've got. 2nd down and 8 for the Bronco offense. As Yeomans on the option keeps it himself off right tackle. We got Trip Palmer faking like he's catching the ball out here to complete the effect. And Yeomans rumbles across midfield into Kanab territory.
I think that's the longest run he's had all year, and what a perfect time to have it. But, yeah, you're right. Trip down here with the defender face guarding, making him believe that the quarterback's in the pocket still and unable to turn around and make that. It is smart football right there out of Trip Palmer. But what a great run by Bo Yeomans here to get outside and just motor down the field. The only thing I wish he would have done is stayed in bounds.
Right, so he steps out, and that does stop the clock with 4:35 to go in the game. So a slight mistake on an excellent play.
They're actually going to add time here. So.
Okay, wow. 28-yard run for the sophomore quarterback. We do believe is his biggest of the season. I guess I could look that up on the stat sheet here. It is, by far. So that more than doubles his longest previous run. And now they'll go right back to the ground, and Jagger Neves is mauled in the backfield and dropped for a 1-yard loss.
Man, I thought we were going to see a flag there for a face mask. It looked like his helmet got turned sideways on that tackle, but obviously not. The replay looked like it too.
Yeah, so maybe not, obviously not, but
maybe he got underneath
apparently
it. I don't know.
not. Apparently not.
Somehow, if you watch, Jagger's head goes to the left and his body's still going forward. So.
He did come crumpling down like a sack of potatoes there, that's for sure, which we normally don't see. 2nd down and 11 for the Broncos. Clock is running this time, down under 4 to go in this ball game. And San Juan in Kanab territory at the 44. And Yeomans on the quarterback keeper, not going to get much. Maybe back to the original line of scrimmage, and now Kanab is going to burn a timeout with 3:49 to go. So that's what you talked about, Art. You keep that ball in the middle of the field, force the use of that timeout. 3rd down and 10 coming for San Juan. Wow, what a crazy finish we're shaping up for. So after the 20-yard run, it's a short 1-yard run for the sophomore quarterback.
Yeah, I don't know what the read was on that play, but you would like to see that one actually go to Jagger and try to get outside momentum there. But at the end of the day, you're right. You still, 3rd and 10 isn't really where you want to be right now because that really dictates a pass. 3rd and 10 is passing down, and as a defense, you can kind of sit back on that a little bit, try to get an interception, try to maybe force an incomplete pass, which gives you a free timeout, where it's different if you're 3rd and 5. That still leads to a run-pass option there for the offense. So as defense, you got to play that a little differently. Where defense here, you're going to play this as a passing down and play that 1st down line.
Big 3rd down here for the Broncos in probably definitely 4-down territory. Jagger Neves is going to take the handoff, bust it to the outside. He does go down out of bounds, so that's going to stop the clock, but it's a 20-yard run for the San Juan senior, and that gives him a new set of downs with 3:42 to go in the game.
And that was great recognition on the RPO right there to check the box numbers. Kanab dropped back in coverage like I thought they would, and that leaves the numbers on your side for the offense, and he hands it off. And just like I thought they were going to pass it there, and they just hand it off, go up the middle or out the right side edge.
I guess if you drive it all the way down and use 3 minutes on the clock and score a touchdown, it doesn't matter if you go out of bounds a couple times during this series. But like you said, you'd like to see them use all the clock, but they are moving it with ease right now down the field. A 1st and 10 at the Kanab 35. And Neves will take the handoff again. A little bit of a stiff arm as he follows his blockers down to the 30. Excuse me, that's the 20-yard line. So the Broncos will go into Kanab's red zone here on a 5-yard run from Jagger Neves.
Yeah, and Kanab here not going to call a timeout. They're going to wait and see if their defense can get 3rd down here, and then maybe you take your timeout. Or if they get a 1st down, you take a timeout if you're Kanab. So either way, I think if you're Kanab, you're going to take a timeout after this play to preserve a little time for you because the time's 3:10 right now, clicking down.
So Jagger Neves coming into this game had 251 rushing yards. Art, he's got 321 in this game.
And if you're San Juan, you don't want to get out of sorts too much here.
And he'll get the handoff again, off right tackle again. Oh, man, he had some yardage to run, but he ran right up against the backside of a blocker there. Still gets down to the 10-yard line. It's another first down for the Broncos and a pickup of 10.
Great feel for that run, too, as Jagger just gets right in here behind his polars and then, gets right in behind the receiver blocking. Great blocking by, is that Cole Duke? Yes,
it
Cole
may have
Duke.
been, yeah.
And then is that Kanab timeout?
Yeah, I'm guessing. 2:50 to go in the game.
Watching the replay and not watching who called timeout.
Yeah, Jagger spun right down to the 10, so it's going to be first down. I think they've got the chains down, so it must be first and goal from right at the 10-yard line. So goal to go for San Juan, as this has been an outstanding drive. This would be a glorious way for them to finish the game after Kanab has stayed in this thing for the entirety and is within 6 right now.
You would say that if San Juan scores here, Kanab, the style of offense they run, they're not going to have time to go down and score twice. But we've seen it happen. They scored within 2 minutes of each other, back to back. And so they, even though they run the wing T, they have the ability to score within 2 minutes. So, man, you'd like to get in the end zone on this play or use some clock here.
Bo Yeoman's working from the shotgun with 2:50 to go in the game now. San Juan on the move, and Jagger Neves will break free and go into the end zone for a touchdown, but it's going to come back on a penalty.
Yeah, you're going to get a holding here from the white hat.
Man, how many times has that happened tonight?
And I don't know who they called it on, but, man, great block out here by Big Cash Palmer as he pulls around this end. Thought that was a fantastic block, so I don't know where they saw the holding. It must have been interior in the line.
So this will knock San Juan all the way back out to the 20, so it'll be first and goal from the 20 now. And this could be another big swing moment in this game, Art. If San Juan can't recover from this penalty, we'll see. I mean, they've shown every indication on this drive that they can.
Not only get the penalty, but you stop the clock, so Kanab wins twice.
So let's see how San Juan rebounds from that mistake. Jagger Neves gets a handoff and is maybe going to fight ahead for 2 yards. And Kanab, I believe, will take their third and final timeout here to stop the clock with 2:38 to go. Down by 6, 38-32.
I know it wasn't a pretty play, but it was an effective play in that sense that now Kanab has burned all 3 timeouts.
Right.
Second down, you still got your whole playbook open here. Give Coach Christensen time to dial something up. I don't think you need to get it all here. I think if you can get down to the 8, inside the 10 somewhere, if you don't get the touchdown, that's where I would want to be for a good third down play to go in. Gives you 2 shots at the end zone. Even though you could take a shot here at the end zone. A little fade, a little post corner. See what how confident the young quarterback is and see if he can get big old Trip Palmer. I mean, a post corner here, if you're in one-on-one with no safety help over the top, which I think Kanab will come out with a safety over the top, man, that would be a great play.
Well, it's a big series right here, and these next couple minutes are obviously key. 2:38 remaining on the clock as the Broncos snap it on second and goal, but out around the now 15 as Jagger Neves rumbles ahead for 3 yards. And so it'll be third and goal from the 15-yard line. If you're wondering why, there was a holding penalty on San Juan. So now Kanab can no longer stop the clock as it runs down to 2:15 to go. So the Broncos will use the entirety.
I know in past years they've run trips to the short side of the field, and you've always questioned that, but this is where I probably run a trips formation to the short side of the field here and get Trip Palmer one-on-one on the outside, and at the end of the day, let him go up. They're going to take a timeout here. San Juan is themselves. They're going to let the clock roll all the way down to 1 second left and take a timeout and discuss it. But I take a shot here or pick up half the yardage. You don't really need to go the end zone on this play. You want to burn some more clock, you could burn this almost all the way down to a minute with another run play or a short drop-off middle screen or something like that. Run this down under a minute or at least to a minute if you're San Juan. And this is where it becomes that clock management game.
Yeah.
The chess match of coaches. What do we want here? Do we want to throw it and only take 6 seconds off the clock, or do we want to run the ball, maybe a quarterback draw, maybe an RPO, and really bleed that clock out? I would bleed the clock out. But I'm up here with you, so I don't think no one gives a crap.
No stress. Yeah, it'll be a big third down, obviously. And, honestly, with 2 tries at it here, if you keep it on the ground, you'd be able to run it all the way down to just a few seconds left in the game, even if you don't score right here.
Yeah, I see, and
So that's what you just said. I'm just saying what you already just said.
I think I play for the win. The high percentage here is to run the ball.
Woo.
You're preaching ball security. I would hate to put the ball in the air. Young quarterback has a tendency to throw some picks.
you would love to be able to keep it on the ground and score right here and seal the deal.
The football fan in me thinks, man, wouldn't that be exciting? Turnover. Just kidding.
Yeah, no
Knock
kidding.
on wood.
It surely would be, but that's not what San Juan wants. They do
bounds.
keep it on the ground. Jagger nearly stays in bounds. He was trying to, but the Kanab players knock him out of bounds at the 5, so it's going to be 4th and goal. A 10-yard run for the senior. Unfortunately, that stops the clock with 1:39 to go. But now, if San Juan keeps it on the ground and is not able to score, now it'll go down. Kanab will still have time. You really, really kind of need to score right here if you're San Juan. The other crazy thing, I don't think you'd try for a field goal based on how the special teams has been going.
No, you go for a
San
touchdown
Juan this year, but yeah.
This is that one play you ran all summer that you just indoctrinated into these kids week after week. This is that play you call right here.
San Juan needs a touchdown to close it out. Bo Yeomans with the football himself, and he dives into the end zone for a San Juan touchdown. 44-32 with 1:34 left in the game.
And when you see half of your big line in the end zone, you know your running back, your quarterback, whoever's got the ball is going to be in the end zone as well, because they just opened a hole you could drive a truck through. So good job by that O-line and by Yeomans on taking that ball and getting in the end zone. Going to watch the replay here on StreamUtah.Live. Just watch these linemen get downfield and just move people. That was quality blocking.
Maybe
right there.
those are some of our players of the game right there who have been battling out in the trenches right there. I know I saw Big 55 moving guys. We had a good
Cash
pitch.
Palmer's right there.
Yeah, Cash Palmer. We had a
Trey Bradford.
Yeah, they've all been working. We might have to have a couple of those guys up
That was
for an interview.
2-point.
2-point try for San Juan is good. I think at this point it had been a two-score game anyway with just 94 seconds ago, so that's an absolute huge touchdown for San Juan here, making it now with a 2-point conversion, 46-32. That is the 3rd rushing touchdown for Bo Yeomans, I believe, on this season. It is.
Outside of the penalty, that was a perfect drive by the San Juan offense.
Right.
Perfectly called by Coach Christensen, perfectly blocked by the linemen. The running backs did their job. Now, did you get great yards every play? No, but you don't need to, because you need to use the clock and you need to get yards, and then you need to get in the end zone. And every scenario worked out there for the San Juan offense. Unfortunate for Kanab. They're going to have to now go the field in a minute 34 and score, and then kick an onside kick.
Get that.
And then go score again.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna say San Juan's got at least 3 nails in the coffin here. And if they can get a stop right here, that'd be the 4th. As the Broncos will kick it away. This is
don't kick it out of bounds.
Yeah, this is a high short kick, and Kanab will field it on the run, and now we'll get a decent return down the sideline. They will start at their own 33, it looks like. So we're going to start seeing this Kanab offense, I think, try to take some shots downfield with just 90 seconds to go in this game, down by 14 now. So not only do they need 2 touchdowns, but they got to get extra points for both, or 1 2-point conversion. So it's dire for Kanab. I think San Juan has secured the deal. I don't want to count chickens before they hatch, but I think they've secured the deal with that touchdown.
I think if
that was huge.
Yeah, I think if Kanab has a trips formation offense, you're going to see that right now.
Right. We're going to definitely see him go deep in the playbook here, but
nope,
it's still the wing tee.
That's right.
Yeah, it's still the wing tee, and Marosco's still up under center. He will actually hand off to Hayden Gubler this time. That surprises me. And Gubler's going to slide down like he was giving himself up. I think maybe he just lost traction, but no gain, maybe even a loss on that play. So that really doesn't help the Kanab case out.
It's a weird play call from my standpoint.
It is no gain on the run. Yeah, definitely a bit of a shock to me. But now they will try to throw downfield, and I think that's complete. But catching it and going down inbounds, a 12-yard catch for Latimer Glover.
Yeah, unfortunately, he lost his footing and went down, so that clock should run here at the set of the chains, which it does.
And so Kanab, not geared for a hurry-up or explosive style offense, is trying here. And now Verosco's going to send it downfield, and Glover makes the catch. He eludes a couple Broncos, and he's going to stop the clock as he gets out of bounds all the way down to the San Juan 23. So that's a big gain right there.
Don't tell Kanab they're not built for big plays, because that was a big play right there.
Sure was.
I mean, they've got to have a lot of things stack up in their favor to come back and win this game, but they're not going to go away quietly. After that first play, I thought, man, what was this all about? You got to open up their passing game here, and they have now.
That's a 28-yard pass from Brogan Verosco to Latimer Glover. Now they're a little bit more comfortable in their own style as the clock stops. Since he went out of bounds, they can take the time in the huddle. 1st and 10 at the San Juan 23. Verosco will roll out again, tries to send his men downfield. Now he runs across the line of scrimmage, so he'll have to keep it, and he rumbles out of bounds. A pickup, I think, of 5 here, maybe a little bit more. We'll see where they spot it.
And if you're San Juan right here, you don't want to unsportsmanlike, you don't want a late hit. Let them run out of bounds. Let them slide down. Just keep everything in front of you. 39 seconds. They're down by 2 scores. Pretty much in hand now, Rhett. We could probably take this one to Vegas.
They're nailing the fourth coffin, the fourth nail into the coffin.
Pretty sure that hammer has fallen. The fat lady has sung.
2nd down and 3, a long 3 after a 6 or 7 yard run from Verosco there. He'll roll out to his left. Wants to throw to the end zone, and he throws low. I think it's caught.
It was.
Caught at the 15.
And that's going to be a first down, or are they calling it a first?
It's going to be real close. It's a pickup of 4, I guess,
so
ultimately.
So they hadn't even set the change yet. They should have held that for a second. But the white hat didn't check. Yeah, he didn't check the chains. He wound the clock, so the play's live when it should have been held for a second. And now Kanab spikes the ball, so that burns it down for them. So now it's 2nd down.
I don't think it's going to ultimately matter with just 29 seconds, but we'll see. 2nd down and 10. They need to get to the 5 to move the chains after that first down. So that catch was big, but Kanab definitely running out of time at this point.
Red, don't you want overtime?
Yeah, right. After a lengthy delay already tonight due to injury, we hope that Ozzie Williams is doing okay. Oh, it's a big hit by Trip Palmer again. We can see he didn't hold off. And they're going to throw another late flag over here, but this may be from Kanab, yeah, as they're now freaking out over on the far sideline. And now 2 flags and a white hat are down, and so the Kanab people over there not letting up.
And as a coach, if you get thrown out, your head coach is disqualified for a game too. So same rules apply to coaches they do players.
And another flag.
And he's just tossed him.
Another flag, yep.
That's interesting. But here's the difference in this hit as we watch the replay for you that are watching the StreamUtah.Live. His feet are on the ground.
Yeah, he actually had the ball.
That's not a defenseless receiver.
He makes the catch.
And that's a good hit by Tripp. His feet, the receiver had control of the ball. His feet are on the ground. He's not defenseless at that point. Great pop. And I think they might have been bad because he did the little turnaround. But you know what? That's football right there. There's no unsportsmanlike on Tripp. But the coaching staff, they had to come apart, and that coach gets thrown out. And I don't know. I want to say that if an assistant coach gets thrown out, I don't know the rule on that 100%, but I think that the head coach is disqualified for the next. I think that it reverts to the head coach.
Okay.
So.
Well, any chance that Kanab had, I think, is out the window now. There's going to be a lot of penalty yardage on this. Only 17 and a half seconds ago, really, we could just let it go down at this point. But, yeah, that was definitely a come apart over there. And I think that was, again, not a malicious hit. Neither of the hits really were malicious, but with the emotions involved with the injured player over there, I don't know.
I don't think Tripp's going to get a Christmas card from Kanab.
Don't believe so. I don't know how many handshakes there will be. We'll see. 2nd down and more than a country mile now as they're all the way.
3rd.
Yeah, it should be 3rd, I think. As Brogan Verosco airs it out and connects with his receiver inside the San Juan 20. That was a heck of a play. That's, I think that's going to be like a 25-yard pass as Verosco continues to just rack up the stats here. That was the first catch of the night from Kyle Brown.
So, but is this 4th down? The yard marker's 3rd. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it should be 4th down as well.
The head ref just called it 3rd. So.
This is probably going to be the final play of the game. We'll see. As Verosco drops back, throws to the right side in the end zone. It's going to be knocked away, and time expires as that pass is defended. And so a bit of a crazy ending here. San Juan scores a late touchdown to seal the deal, and the Broncos win it 46-32 tonight over the Kanab Cowboys in a hard-fought battle for the second week in a row in front of the home crowd. Jagger Neves is the man who knocks that ball away. As time expires, that's very appropriate, as the San Juan senior ended up the night with 5 rushing touchdowns tonight. And the Broncos again win it by 14. And boy, what a battle here tonight between these two teams. And this turned out to be a heavyweight battle. And the Broncos get back in the win column tonight, move to 2-1 on the season with this 46-32 win. We'll step aside, and when we return to the San Juan High School football field, we'll begin the post-game show. It is Friday Night Lights on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live.
Planning a weekend project? Red's Ace Hardware in Blanding has paint, tools, grills, and yard supplies from top brands like Craftsman and Weber. Visit us for great deals and expert advice.
Here at Lisle Northern Electric, we take pride in our highly qualified team, dedicated to serving our community. Whether you need commercial, residential, or solar electrical services, our certified experts are ready to meet your needs. We are proud to support our community, especially our youth and high school athletics. Lisle Northern Electric, serving our community since 1957.
With over half a century of combined experience, Countywide Realty has guided more deals than any other local team. From farms and ranches to homes and land, no one knows San Juan County like Countywide Realty.
Buying, selling, or refinancing. Trust Anderson Oliver Title Insurance Agency, Southeastern Utah's only locally owned title company, serving San Juan and Grand counties for over 25 years. Visit us today.
At Energy Fuels, creating opportunities and participating in the local community is important to us. Thanks to our dedicated employees, we're safely producing critical materials that support cleaner energy sources and a better planet for future generations. Knowing that the youth of today will make great contributions tomorrow, Energy Fuels is a proud supporter of high school athletics within our communities.
Blue Mountain Foods, Monticello's hometown grocer, offers fresh meat, deli, bakery, and curbside pickup. Check BlueMountainFoods.com for weekly specials. Open 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. at 64 West Center Street.
Canyonlands Tire and Blanding offers top quality tires, auto repairs, and fast service. Stop by for all your tire needs. Your local tire experts at Canyonlands Tire.
At Red Mechanical, we believe strong communities start with strong support, and that includes cheering on our local high school athletes. We've proudly served the Four Corners with dependable HVAC and plumbing solutions, keeping homes and businesses comfortable season after season. From the field to your front door, we're here for you. Red Mechanical, proud supporters of high school sports and our local communities.
San Juan Building Supply in Blanding has lumber, tools, and building materials for any project. Enjoy quality products and expert advice. Call 435-678-2000 or come in and see us at 1050 South Main Street.
Lee Collision Repair and Restoration in Blanding offers top quality auto body and glass services. Visit us on North Grayson Parkway or call Jackson at 435-485-0069 today.
San Juan Credit Union. Your money, your future, your credit union. We have branches available in Blanding, Monticello, and Bluff. Come on down and see us.
San Juan County Adult Education empowers adults with technical, business, and college skills to join the workforce. Earn a high school diploma or GED. Visit a USU Learning Center or email gina.grover@sjsd.org to learn more. For over 75 years, San Juan Health has offered top medical care in Blanding, Monticello, and Spanish Valley. Visit SanJuanHealth.org for our services. San Juan Health, chasing perfection since 1947.
Utah-Navajo Health System is a series of community health centers providing medical, dental, and behavioral health care to Utah-Navajo. With operations in Blanding, Montezuma Creek, Monument Valley, Navajo Mountain, and Monticello, UNHS offers a remarkable variety of services to our patients throughout San Juan County and the northern portion of Navajo Nation.
Need fast internet in San Juan County? Emory Telcom delivers blazing fast fiber with no contracts and free installation. Power your home with reliable connectivity. Visit EmoryTelcom.com for details today.
Get the resources and quality of a big school education and the support of a smaller school at Utah State Blanding. Explore over 70 degree and certificate programs to find your perfect fit and experience personalized learning with small class sizes and dedicated faculty while getting the classic college experience. A Utah State education is affordable too, thanks to competitive tuition and tons of scholarship opportunities. Visit blanding.usu.edu to learn more about becoming an Aggie in Blanding.
Welcome back live to San Juan High School in Blanding. Friday Night Lights postgame show on Red Rock 92 and StreamUtah.Live as the San Juan Broncos take down the Kanab Cowboys in a hard-fought battle, heavyweight battle tonight, 46-32. Speaking of heavyweight, we got the big man up here, Cash Palmer. Good to visit with you again, man. We talked to you last year after you ran the ball for 20 yards. Tonight, you don't get the glory, but without what you guys do on the line, what we saw on the field here for the star players like Jagger wouldn't have been possible. You guys are the ones who put in the hard work in the trenches.
Yes, sir.
So tell me what it was tonight, man. Tell me what that battle was like down in the trenches.
Oh, man. Well, obviously the tough one last week to Beaver,
Yeah.
Lost Beaver. So Kanab, similar offense, running the same offense and pretty similar defense. So just bouncing back from that and getting better on what we need to work on and making holes for Jagger because he's a real playmaker.
And you guys, I'm assuming this game here tonight, we're not taking no for an answer after the tough one with Beaver last night. You knew you'd have a hard battle with Kanab, very similar team, and I know it was hard there in the trenches for you guys down there. We don't normally get to see what happens down there.
Definitely.
So tell me the feelings. Tell me what Coach Barkley Christensen said to you after the game.
Well, we were expecting to win by a little more, but we got the job done, so that's all right. Celebrate the win, but bounce back and get better next week and go ball out because we play a lot of 2A and 3A teams now, so no more.
Yeah, you guys have got a tough, what we call preseason, which is before your region part of your schedule. Tell me what your feelings are about this game tonight that you're going to take with you.
Oh, it means a lot. Big win. Kanab's fun to play against. They're tough. So definitely taking this one home is awesome. Big win.
What do you think the rest of the night is going to be for you here as you go home?
Well, locking in, getting sleep, and getting ready for next week.
So you guys are right back to work, man. You don't
Absolutely.
ever give up.
No, sir.
So I know you played on a couple, 2 or 3 different San Juan teams. How does this one shake up for you in your mind? I know it's early in the season, but
Well, these are my boys. This is the team I've been playing with since I was in 3rd grade, and that's a lot of fun. Finally getting to this level and seeing all these guys perform to their best too. So just balling out with my friends, that's fun.
what do you think tonight was the biggest thing for you guys that helped you get the win tonight?
Energy, keeping intensity up. It's hard when you get in rough situations, and getting cold after that injury was rough.
No kidding.
But yeah, keep the energy up. Play fast.
All right, Cash, we appreciate you visiting with us,
Yeah,
man.
absolutely.
Good win for you boys.
Yeah, thanks.
2-1 on the season. Cash Palmer, one of those big hog mollies in the trenches for us, visiting with us tonight. Thanks very much, man. Big win for your team.
Yes,
I think we're going to pass it on. Is that Coach Christensen with us over there? Yeah, he's there. So you can just pass your headset over to him, and I'll keep talking with him. Thanks, Cash Palmer, for visiting with us in the post game, and we'll switch over to the coach now and hear the wise and amazing insights of the man who calls the plays. And Coach, you look exhausted. You look beat. This was another heavyweight battle here tonight, and you guys pull out the win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately we got to be glad we won, but it's hard when you know you're leaving so much out. Like, we're capable of so much more. We just got to find it, It's like Grantsville, it's the same thing. Beavers, obviously, we're not fixing whatever it is. So obviously we're excited about the win. Kids played hard, got it out. I'm not questioning our kids' effort. Obviously it's on, I got to find whatever it is to make us play a complete 4 quarters every drive. It just seems like we talked about it even in the summer. It's like we look immaculate for 2 drives, and then we look like we've never played football before for 2 drives. And so, you know, that's on us to get that figured out.
Well, you come up against another team similar to Beaver last week who has the ability to make plays and has some good athletes and gives you all you can handle on defense. Talk to me about your defensive play tonight.
You know, the first part of it, I was very excited. I mean, I was very proud. I just felt like we stopped doing the fundamentals, the basic things once we get up. You know, we're up 26-7, and then we're bouncing off tackles, and he's, you know, we should have had a tackle for loss, and he scores a big touchdown there.
Right.
Like, we've just got to be better every single play. And, you know, we've got to brainstorm because now we play only, well, I guess man-tie, but we play pretty much just 2A from here on out. And
right.
Obviously that's our gauge for where we're at on, you know, to be champions again.
Well, I hear you talking with a little bit of doubt about knowing what is causing the problems. Do you know what it's going to take for you guys to get over that hump and execute like you know you can and you want to execute?
If I had the answers, we'd be executing
right
every time the last 3 games, right? Like, I don't know. I again, moments we look like the greatest team on earth, right? Like, so I've just, you know, we've just got to piece together how we can do that every single down. But ultimately, you know, super proud of our kids again. They played hard. I'm always going to take the blame for why this is if we're not, you know. Obviously, I've got to be better at figuring this out because our kids, I mean, love them to death. They're doing their thing, you know. It's not their fault. It's us as coaches. We've got to figure this out.
So, you know, just for our own curiosity, it looked to me like you talked to the officials and called a conference with you and Coach Kornberg at midfield. We're kind of curious what you guys talked about.
No,
I don't know if that's something you want to talk about.
No, so if there's ever a time where, so if an official ever hears a racial slur or like bad cuss words, or the kids are getting too out of control, you know, obviously some of those are automatic ejections.
Right.
They didn't hear anything. Both teams were complaining. He's saying this, he's saying that, and there was a lot of bickering. And so the officials actually just called us together to meet midfield.
Okay.
Just to, you know, hey, it's getting pretty chippy out here. Like, can we just tell our kids to be quiet? And so that's what we did.
Okay. Talk to me about, I know that you've said a couple things, but just talk to me other than the energy level and the heart, the way your kids never give up and play hard throughout the whole game. Was there anything else you saw tonight that really pleased you? Things that you guys did right tonight?
Yeah, like I said, man, when we're clicking, we're aligning, and we know what we're doing. That there's nobody better. But right now we're just in a situation where I feel like we're just running. We can just run our base stuff. You know, there's a couple times there I was trying to draw in the dirt a little bit, and like we've done the last, you know, so many years, and it don't work that way. It's not, because there are some things there that we could have took advantage of, especially in the past game, that we're just not, you know, we're not throwing the football well right now.
Right.
And that's a big part of our success is we're a pretty balanced team, you know. But as of right now, we got to figure that out. But I'm very pleased with our running game. Running game looks unreal, right?
Yeah.
Like, how many did Jagger have? Over 300 yards and 5
346,
touchdowns?
yeah, unofficial.
And then we score at the end. Like, well, offensive line is doing their thing.
Yeah.
You know, and for the most part, everybody is. They're giving great effort. Defense, when we're fresh and we're good, we're obviously there's nobody better. So maybe we just need to kind of look at getting some guys, you know, some more rest. I don't know what it is. We're gonna have to really look at it and figure it out.
I can see you even working in your own mind here during this interview, even trying to figure it out. And so I know you're going to go right back to, I mean, you've got a difficult, what we call preseason schedule, which is, you know, before your region teams, and it won't get much easier, you know, for the rest of the year. There's some good teams, and there's a lot more parity these days. And you guys are a different team than you've been.
Yeah.
So I know you've got a lot of work. This could be the type of year where, you know, you guys have to, and you probably already know this, just have to be willing to be in the trenches every week and take it game by game. And you've done that in the past. I think maybe things have come a little bit easier, but hard work and should pay off, I would think. And hopefully you guys will be able to figure out what it is that'll get you over that hump.
Yeah. And again, we won the game. I need to be more
right.
I need to be more excited. I'm pretty spoiled of me to be down after. And even our kids, it's like quiet over here, like we lost a game. You know, there was probably a lot of butt chewings and yeah. I mean, and I hate doing that as a coach too. Like, it was down. I wish we were more up and excited. We beat a quality football team tonight, right? Like that team's going to win a lot of games. They're going to compete, I think, for a 1A state championship.
Yeah.
So I know I'm acting a little bit spoiled, but I think there's always just room to obviously improve. It's pretty evident. And so when you know you're capable of playing so much better, it's hard to settle for, okay, well, we won the game. So
right.
Yeah, we'll bounce back. We'll learn. Again, love the kids. I hope health-wise, obviously we have a couple scary injuries, so hopefully we can get those sorted out because they're pretty key players.
Yeah, and we wish Ozzie Williams well also.
Yeah,
I don't know if you got to see. I assume we're hoping that was mostly precautionary, but,
yeah,
but obviously a scary injury
yeah.
for sure. And so we wish him well and his family well. I know that was a tough situation. Hopefully he'll be back on the field next week, but not sure there. Tell me what you told the kids down there after the game.
I said, be happy. It literally looked like we just lost the game 48-32. Like, smile, celebrate. Of course, there are things to learn. Can we all play better? Can I coach better? Can we have better? Everybody can do better, right? And, I'll chew myself out for them on Monday when we watch the film so they know I'm yelling at myself too. But, like, be happy, celebrate it, and then let's come back to work on Monday and get ready for Summit Academy.
You know, I heard an interesting interview about Nick Saban and why was the greatest coach, and probably no one will ever be able to do what he did. And obviously the landscape of college football has changed, and that's part of why he retired. But one of his assistant coaches, not Kirby Smart, but the other, I don't know why I can't remember his name, was talking about how he would just chew them out after wins because he had this thing where he didn't want them to feel like they'd achieved something and then relax. But after a loss, he just was always calm, cool, and collected, and there were no chewings. But you kind of strike me as the same type of person. And,
I'll take that all day.
Yeah, and I mean, you're an excellent coach, and I just like the way you approach it with these kids. And obviously they're maybe a little bit hard on themselves too, is what I'm hearing. And so you celebrate this, and then you move on. It's like you say, you get better each game, and that makes you a better athlete. That makes you a better young man. You know, it's just an advance in life in general. And so I see that happening, and hopefully the boys will be able to maintain that positive attitude and not be too hard on themselves. But I know there's pressure to succeed and pressure to get better and all that, and you have to deal with that as the season goes along.
Yeah, well, you do. And but that's why I love these kids so much, is because they did feel like that after a win.
Right.
You know, they know they can play better.
They're coaching themselves
so,
almost.
Yeah, I've always said very blessed to be here at San Juan with these kids, and that's why I do it. And can't say how proud I am of them every single day and how hard they work. So I just want them to feel a little bit excitement after a win.
Well, kudos to you, Coach, on a hard-fought win tonight. Not perfect, but you get the win against a tough team. Give Kanab credit, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're an excellent team, and like you said, probably going to play for a state championship at the end of the year. I mean, you can't forget that, you know. So you come up against these super tough teams. It makes you feel bad about yourself, you know, but you got to give those guys credit. They played an excellent game, just like Beaver did last week. Very sound game, and you guys, you battled it out and earned the hard-fought win tonight, so congrats for that. And
thank you.
We'll see you next week on the long road. I think we've been up to Summit Academy in Bluffdale for the last 5 years.
Man.
They never come down and play us.
Yeah, they claim they are for sure coming. They booked it. They promised me.
So we've joked about the fact that you love to run up the score against those guys. So
I hope
if you're not going to come down here and play us.
We got to break that 14 two-touchdown barrier to run up the score on anybody.
That's true, man.
We got to stop letting up so much.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Well, we appreciate it. Good win for you guys tonight. Hard fought. And we'll see you next week on the road, as really most of the rest of your games you're going to be on the road from here on out. So
it feels like that too.
So, yeah. Congrats, Coach. Appreciate you chatting with us.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Coach Barkley Christensen, after the 46-32 win tonight. I want to take a look at some stats here. We'll keep it here on the post-game show, and Art's going to grab the mic again, and we'll have some final thoughts in a minute. But, man, a lot of stats for a lot of players, and we'll start it off with the Kanab Cowboys, the visiting team tonight, and the quarterback, Brogan Verosco, had a great night. He ended the night with 314 yards. He was 20 of 32, one interception. Didn't end up with a touchdown pass, but very similar games for these two teams. You had 5 rushing touchdowns tonight for the Cowboys with 260 yards rushing. And the big man tonight was Hayden Gubler, the senior, ended with 150 of those yards, 4 rushing touchdowns. He had 23 carries tonight. Oh, and he also had 4 catches for 93 yards. And, again, this is all unofficial. Cannon Verosco came on the second half and ended with 10 carries tonight for 49 yards. Ended up being the second biggest man in the second half for the Cowboys. Still on my back sheet here. 2 runs for Grady Anderson tonight for just 6 yards, but he had 2 catches for 30 yards. And so really all these guys are 2-threat attack, 2-attack threat for Kanab, and that's the way they run the offense. If you're a running back, you're also a receiver. Colton Blomquist, two runs for 18 yards tonight. Deegan Swap had 4 carries, 7 yards, and he also had a catch for 15 yards. And then the last man, Latimer Glover, had a great night tonight. He only carried the ball 1 time for 5 yards, but he had 9 catches for 112. And again, that's unofficial. Oh, and by the way, the quarterback also carried the ball 9 times for 38 yards, and he did have the 1 rushing touchdown. So 4 TDs from Hayden Gubler, 1 for Verosco. It was all on the ground for Kanab. And they end the night with, let me see if I can add this up real quick. It's 314. Oh, that's a tough one. They had, it looks like somewhere around 582 yards total offense tonight, completely unofficial. So a couple teams duking it out tonight, man. Moving over to San Juan, Bo Yeomans, the sophomore quarterback, 9 of 21 tonight for 123 yards. He threw 1 26-yard touchdown pass to Trip Palmer, who gets his 2nd touchdown catch of the year. 2 interceptions, though, for Bo, and you hear Coach Christensen saying they're having trouble throwing the ball right now. I know that's something they're going to have to continue working on for the remainder of the year. Young quarterback, so that's not to be unexpected. But Bo also ran tonight 7 times for 52 yards and 1 touchdown. Obviously, the big man on the ground tonight, Jagger Neves, had the 5 rushing touchdowns. He ended the night with 27 carries, 346 yards. And again, that's unofficial, but man, that's well over what he already had on the total season so far. Stetson Black came in and gave the Broncos a couple of strong runs tonight for 12 yards, and so not a lot of touches, but he did the job that he was called on to do. Trip Palmer ended the night with 3 catches tonight, 52 yards. The big one was the 26-yard touchdown catch. Cole Duke, 3 catches, 34 yards tonight. Brig Palmer had 1 catch tonight from Bo Yeomans and 26 yards on that reception. So, again, talking with Coach Christensen, Art, it wasn't a perfect game tonight, but they get the win. So back in the win column and really back to the drawing board, back to work for this team as they continue to try to find the secrets. It's not coming as easy this year as it has in years past, but so it's going to be maybe a full season of work for these guys, and it won't come super easy, but they're on their way, and we'll see if they can get over the hump as far as you want 4 quarters of not perfect execution, but these 2 teams that have come in here the last couple weeks have played a couple of really sound games, and the Broncos were able to get out ahead of Kanab tonight and secure the win. Last week, Beaver took them down, and it was really almost a perfect game from Beaver last week. Very similar game from Kanab tonight, not as strong as Beaver, but that's what you like to see your team put together. Win or loss, you like to see them putting together the game they're capable of all year.
Well, and a couple of things. I know that people don't want to hear this but it makes the game a lot more exciting when they're close like this.
It does.
It makes your team have to battle for 4 quarters. It just makes you better, and football's funner that way, and you obviously want to come out at the end of that like tonight with the win, but it makes it a lot funner. But I will go back just real quick on Bo Yeomans and the passing game, like Coach said. Coach Christensen has seen this passing game since he developed it and enveloped it and has continued to roll out with different quarterback. We all got to remember this is Bo Yeoman's first time seeing this from the field.
Right.
So he's the first time seeing a cover 2 defense, first a man, a zone. It's because you don't see those defenses in junior high, and you don't even see them in JV football a lot. A lot of it's man. You don't see a lot of the scheming that you see at high school level. And so it's the first time he's seen a lot of things. So, yeah, there are some things in the passing game that need to be worked on, but that's expected with
that's just
sophomore
his 3rd game.
Quarterback.
Yeah, just his 3rd game.
But to go back to the player from Kanab, I was able to talk to a Kanab coach, and he's good.
Cool.
Checked out the hospital, so we're happy for that young man and his family.
That's Ozzie Williams, who was injured tonight.
So according to Kanab's coach they talked to on the field, they're good. So we're glad because, man, you just hate to see those kind of things happen to kids. That, at the end of the day, this is a game, and you want a kid to go out and have fun, and you always want to win, but you want everybody to be healthy and walk off the field and go be productive in the rest of their life. So good news there, but kudos to the Broncos. I've seen a lot of better things in week 3 than we saw in week 1 out of, I think, almost everyone. Are there still things like Coach Christian said to fix? Yes. And I love how he takes ownership of that as a coach. That's the type of coach that you can play for, that as a kid you can grow from, because he's going to go in not looking at it from, okay, what did you do wrong? What did you do wrong? He's looking at it first from the ownership. Okay, what did I do wrong, and how do I help you fix it? And I think that's why they've been such a high-quality team since he's been here and climbed that mountain so frequently to this 4 state titles. But great game. I don't want to keep you here longer than me. Go home, eat some dinner, see if we can go find something at Maverick that's not sold out. But I tell you, Rhett.
Have you ever found anything at Maverick that is sold out? That'd be exciting.
As a coach, you kind of like those blowouts because you
no
don't have to stress.
Yeah.
But as a fan, oh man, you like it like this. For the most part, as broadcasters, it's a lot funner game for us.
Yeah, it's a lot funner for us. There are some murmurs that that we haven't heard in years past among the crowd here, and we're not going to be here in Blanding a whole lot more this season. So they'll have to do what they do on the road. We know there's a great contingent that follows them on the road and cheers them on. So
and the next the next 3 weeks, JV games. 3:30 before the varsity game, so we don't get to travel together because I have to be there.
Sad.
I have to leave at the crack of dawn to go watch my kid play in those. I tell you, those JV games at 3 are killers.
In the Army, we call that dark 30, my man. So yeah, that's for you and not for me. I'm always running late. I'm slow, and my wife lets me know that all the time. So yeah, it's going to be Summit Academy next week, who suffered a 41-0 loss at home to Timpanogos tonight, so they're going to be looking to get back in the win column. Back-to-back losses for them now over these last couple weeks, and so we'll see. Their only win against Ogden opening week of the season, 28-20. So that's going to be an interesting matchup, and we'll see what the Broncos can do. That will really start to get an indication of where they stand as far, like Coach Christensen said, among 2A teams, and so that'll be an interesting one next week on the road. So we'll invite you for that. That's going to do it for us here tonight. I want to say thanks to everybody involved, including the sponsors. We will thank you one final time by name here in just a moment during the close. The StreamUtah.Live crew tonight, Lane Palmer, Caleb Carr, Cortland Lyman, all making it happen for us tonight. And Caleb Carr having a wedding reception tomorrow. Congratulations to him on his marriage. And I'm sorry, I don't know your wife's name. I know I'm a loser, but Emma. It's about to be.
It is
Emma Carr. It is
they
Emma
are
Carr.
married.
So
yeah,
congratulations to you guys, and so that reception is going on tomorrow here in Blanding. And
so if you want to find me, I'll be at the cheese fountain.
Fondue, huh? The cheese fountain. I love it. All right, that'll do it for us here tonight. Again, a 46-32 win for San Juan in a hard-fought battle with Kanab, 2-1 on the season. We'll be at Summit Academy in Bluffdale next weekend. We'll be up on top getting blown off of that booth, man. That's always an adventure, that's for sure. So we'll see you then. Until then, Rhett Sifford, on behalf of Art Adair, is saying so long from the San Juan High School football field in Blanding. Have a great rest of your weekend, high school sports fans. Friday Night Lights is a production of Red Rock 92 Sports and StreamUtah.Live. Tonight's broadcast was brought to you by Anderson Oliver Title Insurance Agency, San Juan Building Supply, Blue Mountain Foods, Bradford Tire, Desert Rivers Credit Union, San Juan School District Adult Education, Colleen Kays, Four Corners Homes, Peterson Medical, San Juan Counseling, Creative Floors, Holiday Construction, Lee Collision Repair and Restoration, San Juan Health, Crowley Construction, Monson's Quality Meat Processing, Northern Electric, San Juan Insurance, Dependable Auto Repair, Precision Rehab, Red Mechanical, San Juan School District CTE Programs, Diamond Designs, Blue Mountain Hospital, Energy Fuels, San Juan Public Health, Emory Telcom, Countywide Realty, Red's Ace Hardware, Canyonlands Tire, Empire Electric, Flights Gymnastics, Utah Navajo Health System, Utah State University Blanding, San Juan Pharmacy, Four Corners Regional Care Center, Jones and DeMille Engineering, Napa Motor Parts, San Juan Credit Union, Primary Residential Mortgage, and Westcott Motors. We're the home of live high school sports coverage in southeastern Utah, Classic Hits Radio, Red Rock 92, and StreamUtah.Live.